in Buffalo, when we talk about the toll of gun violence on our children, when we talk about the disproportionate impact on Black Americans, when we talk about how gun violence $280 billion a year, we need to also talk about how the $9 billion civilian firearms industry is shielded from the scrutiny and accountability that has led other industries to better and safer practices. The gun industry, for its part, has innovated not to make guns or us safer, but to make them more dangerous, more likely to evade regulation, more profitable. Instead of designing firearms that can't be fired if stolen or that make it easy for law enforcement to trace, gun makers have created modifications to mimic automatic fire. They've created impossible to trace ghost guns that help circumvent background checks. And they've designed AR-15s that can be modified in minutes to bypass a state's assault weapons law, as we saw in Buffalo. And now, in a crowded field, gun manufacturers are trying to market in increasingly brazen ways, often touting the deadliness of products, glorifying combat, and attempting to appeal to younger and younger audiences. Finally, let's not forget the industry has done almost nothing to take steps to prevent diversion of guns into the criminal market and to gun traffickers. Between 2016 and 2020, over 1 million of the industry's firearms were recovered by law enforcement in connection to crimes. More and more of these guns carry the telltale signs that they were purchased with the intent to traffic or illegally use them. Yet the industry is rarely held accountable. This committee's investigation found a dealer in Georgia where 10% of the guns it sold ended up on crime scenes, 10%. And we wonder why it's so easy for criminals to get guns. So why is no one holding the gun industry accountable for its dangerous practices? In 2005, at the behest of the NRA, Congress passed the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, which insulates the industry from most legal threats. And again, at the behest of the NRA, Congress passed the Tiahrt Amendment, a budget rider that purports to limit sharing of data about guns used in crimes, which keeps the industry out of the conversation about how criminals get armed. These laws have to go. In spite of these barriers, I'm heartened that public and private actors in legislatures, city halls, courts across the country are taking action to reveal the gun industry's role in gun violence, and I'm grateful to this committee's investigation into gun trafficking and its recent letters to gun manufacturers. I hope you have the CEOs appear here for testimony, because America hears every day from the families who have lost loved ones to gun violence, and our country deserves to hear from the CEOs who are profiting off of their loss and pain. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mrs. Swearer, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Madam Chairwoman and distinguished members.
Your mic. Mm-hmm.
Madam Chairwoman and distinguished members.
We still can't hear you. Turn your mic on. Pull it closer to.
Is that better? It says it's on.
It's not on.
The green light is on, ma'am. I will try to speak a little bit louder. Madam Chairwoman and distinguished members of Congress, my name is Amy Swearer, and I'm a legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation, where my scholarship focuses on the Second Amendment and gun violence prevention. I've testified before various legislatures after several mass shootings: Parkland, Virginia Beach, El Paso, and unfortunately, too many others. And I hope to God this is the last time I ever have to testify before a legislative body after a mass shooting again. I fear that it won't be. And I fear that it won't be because the conversation has become predictable. An unspeakably horrific event like Uvalde or Buffalo happens, reflexively, almost compulsively, come calls for Congress to pass a whole host of gun control measures, largely targeting peaceable, law-abiding citizens. Should anyone dare question the constitutionality, practicality, or even the effectiveness of any of these policies, their opposition is immediately framed as callous obstructionism, and their legitimate concerns are brushed aside as, and I quote, bullshit. Any viable alternatives are deemed frivolous without so much as a passing thought to their usefulness. And so I will once again run through all of the problems with serious problems with commonly proposed gun control measures. It's all detailed in my written submission, which I hope you read. Semi-automatic rifles are the type of firearm least often used to commit acts of gun violence. Pistol grips and barrel shrouds don't make them any more or less deadly in the context of mass shootings. While these features can and do make a difference in the context of lawful self-defense for civilians, which is why millions of peaceable Americans own them. Standard capacity magazines are commonly possessed by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes. The few rigorous studies on their prohibition have found that the evidence for their success at lowering rates of gun violence is inconclusive at best. The context in which mass public shootings occur renders magazine limits effectively useless at saving lives. 18 to 20-year-olds are legal adults otherwise endowed with all of the rights and duties of citizenship, including the right to keep and bear arms. Even if it were constitutionally appropriate to punish a mass of responsible young adults because a handful of them committed atrocities, the vast majority of mass public shooters are 21 or older. And then I'll repeat the same viable alternatives that would be far more effective in a far more immediate way, again detailed in the written submission that I hope you read. Take violent crime seriously under existing federal laws and encourage your state and local counterparts to do the same. Authorize schools to shift the over $100 billion in unused COVID relief funds to physical security improvements, the hiring of armed trained staff, and the hiring of licensed mental health professionals. Promote responsible gun ownership without simultaneously imposing financial burdens on gun owners or hindering their ability to immediately respond to violent threats. Invest in the nation's mental health infrastructure to combat the 2/3 of gun deaths that are suicides, and the list goes on. Now, Congressman, I am fully aware that when you are burying your child, nuanced policy discussions are irrelevant. It doesn't matter, it shouldn't matter to a 4th grader hiding under her desk, covering herself in her dead classmate's blood, whether the real problem here is a barrel shroud or the several dozen missed opportunities to intervene along the way. But it should matter to you, because you are the ones making public policy decisions. Many of you are the ones implying that a lot of victims would be alive today but for a mass shooter's pistol grip and a background check that he already passed. Many of you are the same ones mocking anybody for, quote, talking about doors, when a single locked door in Uvalde would likely have saved 21 lives, and when all of us just walked in here today into this building with its limited public access points, its one-way locking security doors, and its plethora of armed officers. What happened in Uvalde and in Buffalo is horrific. It is horrifying. No one should ever have to experience that type of unfathomable trauma. And I cannot even begin to imagine what those families are going through right now. Everybody with a soul has it shattered over acts like this. And we have seen it shattered every single time, from Columbine to Parkland to Uvalde. We did not somehow, this didn't get easier for us. We did not grow numb somewhere along the way to the reality of this. It's not as though our family members don't also teach 4th graders, or we don't also send our kids to school. It's not as though we don't also shop in grocery stores or go to country music festivals or work in hospitals, as though we don't also feel the tremendous, horrible weight of these tragedies somewhere deep inside of our souls, because we do. No, we oppose these policies precisely because the lives of these victims mattered, because the grief of their loved ones is real, because we all want thriving communities where families are flourishing instead of burying their children. The opposition has always been, and is still today, a genuine concern that these policies suffer from serious constitutional and practical defects, that they will not have the impact you promise people they will. And we have always proposed alternatives that would be more effective and less constitutionally suspect. What we have rarely been met with are open ears. And I hope for the nation's sake that today is different, because I would really love to never testify after a mass shooting again. Thank you.
Thank all of you for your very important testimony. I now recognize myself for questions. As a mother, it is hard to find words to express the grief and outrage I feel and others feel in this room listening to the stories from our witnesses today. No child should be cut down by a gun. Lexi Rubio should have been able to grow up, live her dreams, become a lawyer, major in math, visit Australia. 11-year-old Mia should not have been forced to cower in fear as she watched her teachers and friends massacred. And the close-knit, vibrant Jefferson Avenue community in Buffalo, many of whom came today to stand with us, should not be forced to reckon with the violent deaths of friends and loved ones gunned down by a racist with an assault weapon. We are in a crisis, but we are not powerless. Congress just needs to find the courage to act, and I hope we find it today when we pass on these sensible and vote on these sensible gun reform bills. Let's start with assault weapons. The shooters in Uvalde and Buffalo were too young to buy alcohol, but they were both purchased assault weapons legally. Ms. Pringle, as an educator, your organization represents millions of teachers, some of whom have witnessed horrific gun violence, some of whom have been murdered, and its aftermath. Would banning assault weapons save the lives of teachers and students?
It absolutely would.
There are many other common sense steps that we can take. We can strengthen background checks, raise the minimum age to buy a gun, require waiting periods. Commissioner Grimale, you are on the front lines against gun violence every day in Buffalo. Would these common sense measures save the lives of police officers and others in your community?
They absolutely would.
Mayor Adams, New York City already has adopted many gun safety measures, and you have moved quickly to take further action. But guns from other states with lax gun laws keep flowing into New York. Why is it so important that we pass federal gun safety laws?
As we indicated, we removed 3,000 guns off our streets. But in addition to that, we have witnessed an over 240% increase in what's called ghost guns. If we don't have a combined effort with the intervention items we're putting in place, the prevention, and also stop the flow, many of the guns that we're witnessing are purchased or stolen from outside our state. One gun in particular, a suspect was found with a gun and was stolen in July 27, 2020. It was used in 6 acts of violence, individual cases, shooting individuals, shooting into a random crowd. The gun found its way on the streets of New York. So it's more than what we do locally. We need assistance with the partnership of the federal government to stop the flow of guns in our cities.
Other countries have taken common sense steps to keep guns away from criminals, and they have succeeded in saving countless lives. We stand alone in the world with the number of mass shootings and deaths from guns. And as you can see in this chart, the American people overwhelmingly support gun safety reform. So, Mr. Suplina, in your view, why has Congress failed to adopt these common sense measures that most Americans and most countries in the world have adopted?
Well, to put it bluntly, Chairwoman, the gun lobby presents a formidable obstacle in this country. Oftentimes, and you've heard it already today, the Second Amendment is used as a reason to not advance common sense gun reforms, even while the court has not said that the very reforms that you're proposing would violate. Quite the opposite, the courts have upheld over and over and over again. So the lobby what it sees as its job to make every gun law one step closer to confiscation, which is a lie. Conspiracies abound about the government coming to take your guns. And that gets into the head of well-meaning lawmakers who are afraid that people will believe that those myths are true. They're not true. We can do an awful lot to save American lives by passing these laws.
We have lost too many lives to gun violence, It's long past time for Congress to act. I now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney and Ranking Member Comer for holding this hearing today so we can highlight the need for additional school security to protect our children. I join the nation in mourning for the 19 children and 2 adults who senselessly lost their lives due to an evil act committed about 2 weeks ago. While every loss of life is a tragedy, no one should weaponize or politicize these abhorrent acts to punish law-abiding citizens. For almost 250 years since the founding of our nation, countless hundreds of thousands of men and women have sacrificed their lives to provide the freedoms we enjoy today. Indeed, those freedoms were bought at a very high price and must be guarded continuously so they can be passed on to future generations. If we allow emotion to drive our actions, actions that have constitution-altering consequences, we will destroy the very foundation of our country and break faith with those who gave everything that we would be free. Evil deeds do not transcend constitutional rights. It's the other way around. Constitutional rights are the ones that transcend evil deeds. What occurred in Uvalde and other communities like Sandy Hook and Parkland was nothing short of heartbreaking tragedies and evil deeds. Heartbreaking and evil for the loss of innocent life, but also because from what I have seen in the news about Uvalde, I believe it was mostly preventable. We don't know all the facts yet because the investigation is still ongoing, but I hope that this hearing is truly looking for legitimate, functional, and effective answers, and not just a bunch of left-wing talking points to fill the do something, do anything mentality that I have heard coming from the Biden administration. The White House press secretary, Ms. Jean-Pierre, said on Tuesday, May 31st, that President Biden is uninterested in pursuing tighter security at schools in the aftermath of the Uvalde tragedy. And I quote, "I know there's been conversation about hardening schools. That is not something that he believes in," said Ms. Jean-Pierre. One of the things I've learned during my 3 overseas tours of military combat was that the harder the target you are, the less likely you will be engaged by the enemy. That's a proven fact and just common sense that applies across multiple aspects of life. For that to not be a part of the administration's focus just shows how seriously out of touch the Democrat leadership is with reality. You know, I want to echo Mrs. Hughes' remarks from the previous panel. Schools should be hard targets. Violent criminals should never, ever have been able to gain access to the inside of these schools. That means schools across the nation should implement sensible security measures, like keeping doors locked, a single point of entry, better security technology, and a volunteer force of well-trained and armed staff in addition to a school resource officer. And where a school staff person has additional responsibility, they should receive additional compensation. A retired military officer from my district, an Army colonel, sent me an email a few days ago, and I want to read a short section of it, and I quote, "I'm absolutely convinced that the single most effective method to eliminate school shootings is to take away all the signs that declare all schools are gun-free zones and do away with all laws that require such postings. Replace those signs with signs using these words or similar words. We love our children and will do anything to protect them. Accordingly, selected teachers and staff are armed and trained to protect our children. Proceed at your own peril, you will be stopped." The rationale for this dramatic change in policy is really quite simple. Gun-free zone signs don't protect anyone. They take away the law-abiding citizen's capability to be a force in helping to protect the children, and they protect the would-be shooter because they believe they will be unopposed. From June 1950 through June 2019, 94% of mass shootings occurred in gun-free zones. If a would-be school shooter doesn't know who is armed and who is not, they would likely move to a more vulnerable target. Most potential school shooters are cowards at heart. They do not want to face a challenge to what they're trying to do. They want to be in control with no opposition. They do not like to be confronted by someone who would face off against them because that confrontation would preclude a school shooter wannabe from being able to take any unopposed action. To those who say that teachers or staff will likely not take up arms to protect their students, I say they will. There have been too many documented cases where teachers have heroically given their lives to protect their students. It's time to give them the tools and help them to better protect those children so they have a fighting chance to survive an encounter with someone who is bent on harming them. And for the record, if someone is intent on harming someone else, they will use whatever is available to do the job. be it a hammer, a knife, or whatever. There's a lot of insight in the words of this Army colonel. He also knows the difference between a hard target and a soft, easy target, and he knows the advantage of that difference. Ms. Ware, you were involved in Heritage Foundation's School Safety Initiative, which was developed after the 2018 Parkland shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, what do you believe should be done to secure our schools from violent criminals to ensure that our students have a safe place to learn?
Well, I think there are, as I mentioned in my testimony and then again in my written submission, there are several avenues that can be taken, including physical security improvements. You know, again, it has become popular to mock people for talking about doors and those sorts of things, but these are basic security components of the rest of our everyday lives. We see them in apartment complexes. We see them in the building we walked into today. We see them in most corporate buildings that we walk into in any given day. You know, in terms of having a quicker armed response, I think schools should have the flexibility to decide how that happens. If you look in my written submission, in a footnote, there are, just from the last couple of years, a good number of examples, and it's just a smattering of them because I didn't want the footnote to be 12 pages, of armed responses saving lives, whether from school resource officers or from, including in one case, from an armed staff member who stopped a kidnapping and then prevented an armed individual from entering the school where other children were. And I think, again, a key component of this is not just looking at physical security, but also, you know, as plenty of witnesses have mentioned, having the adequate mental health resources. You know, we're not talking about blaming mental illness, but we are talking about, when you look at, one, what it means for human
The
flourishing.
gentleman's time has expired. And,
I would end by saying, looking at licensed mental health professionals in schools.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this hearing. I want to thank the panel of distinguished witnesses. Thank you for coming before this committee to help us with our work. I also want to thank the previous panel, the families of the victims who had the courage and selflessness, I think, to, despite their pain, come here with the sole purpose of preventing other families from suffering a similar loss. So I thank them. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a report and analysis conducted by Coctrong, Bui, Alicia Palapiano, and Margot Sanger-Katz over at the New York Times. It's an analysis of 106 mass shootings since Columbine in this country. And I want to read an excerpt. It describes best what they found. To quote this report, if the key gun control proposals now being considered in Congress had been law since 1999, 4 gunmen younger than 21 would have been blocked from legally buying the rifles they used in mass shootings. At least 4 other assailants would have been subject to a required background check instead of slipping through a loophole. 10 others might have been unable to steal their weapons because of the efforts required to encourage safer gun storage. And 20 individuals might not have been allowed to legally purchase the large capacity magazines that they use to upgrade their guns, helping them to kill, on average, 16 people each. Taken together, those 4 measures might have changed the course of at least 35 of those 106 mass shootings, a third of such episodes in the United States since the massacre at Columbine High School in Colorado. That New York Times analysis has found. And those 35 shootings killed 446 Americans. Mr. Suplina, there's been referrals made, or references made to the fact that someone could cause damage with a hammer or a knife. I would wonder if you could talk about AR-15 style firearms and their ammunition and how different they are and the greater vulnerability it creates in society. You talk about, I know you've written on this in the past, and if you could go over that for a bit, just to educate people who are not familiar with that type of weapon.
So this type of weapon, which is derived from a military military weapon, presents increased risk, as I believe the commissioner said earlier, because of their speed of bullet, their handling, their ability to accept high-capacity magazines. And they are designed and are advertised to be able to inflict a mass amount of damage in a short period of time. They are also unique in the damage that is done to the human body when you use one of these. A handgun, even at a sometimes larger caliber, won't do the damage to human tissue. I'm not a physician, but you did hear from one earlier who described in great detail what a semi-automatic rifle with multiple rounds can do. So these are unique threats. There's a reason why they are used in mass shootings, because those shooters want to inflict maximum damage.
Thank you. I do want to add a quote from a trauma surgeon at the University of Arizona who agrees with your assessment. He said that the damage for an AR-15 on the body, quote, looks like a grenade went off in there. Madam Chair, I am so sorrowful for the loss of Lexi Rubio and so many others, and so many we've heard in previous mass shootings, that I will support the package of restrictions that we will consider in the next couple of days here in Congress to restrict the use of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, and I'll vote for the background checks that I think are necessary. And I respect my colleagues' rights to defend the Second Amendment. But I will note when in defending the Second Amendment, you have to go to military experts and battlefield commanders for advice on how to protect our kids while they're in school. We got a problem. We've got a problem. Think about that you're going to military battlefield commanders, combat veterans, for advice on how to protect our kids while they're sitting in school trying to learn. I just urge my colleagues to think hard on this and consider supporting the package of bills that we have before the Congress this week. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is now recognized.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much, and I want to thank the gentleman from Kentucky, the ranking member, for really what I think is a thoughtful opportunity for us to handle what is a difficult circumstance. I'm a Texan, and I was about some 100 miles from Uvalde. I know Uvalde very well. I spent a good bit of time in San Antonio growing up. As soon as I heard about what happened, I immediately went about convening some 10 counties worth of superintendents, mayors, county judges, law enforcement people, sheriffs, deputy sheriffs, school resource officers. I did not sit back and wait to find out what this hearing might develop. I did not wait to find out what someone else thinks is a good idea. I tend to think that back home, people have the best answers. I say it differently. I think Texans have answers for Texas problems. Madam Chairman, I do not want to chastise anybody today. I want to thank each of our people who have showed up, not only from Buffalo, but from New York City and others who have taken time to be here today. I do not wish to challenge anyone, but Madam Chairman, I would like to enter into the record an article from the Christian Science Monitor Weekly, June 11th, and also an article which I have provided to you from 538, which is a website that they present information. For the panel, the 538 article said, "We've known how to prevent a school shooting for more than 20 years.
Okay, without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In fact, as I went about looking at this, which I had not previously, I did a good bit of review myself, and I found out that there is the National Center for School Safety. It's at the University of Michigan in the School of Public Health. And they state this before and still, and I quote, "The information that we do have access to, these studies, seem to be saying that yes, by developing a positive school climate, by educating students on how to say something and speak up or find a trusted adult, is having a positive effect, not just on attitudes, but also self-efficiency, something we need to approach as we talk about behavior." We learned at my meeting that I had in Waco, Texas, that this is not a decision that these shooters, by and large, make that's a snap judgment. They go about this planning effort and plan these school shootings out. They happen to people who have become isolated in school, have been picked on, been made fun of, have been bullied, and these people go off into, by and large, a deep hole where they are not able to effectively balance their lives. This is a public issue problem in our schools of mental health issues. I go to schools probably every 2 weeks, and my observations that I have publicly stated are that I have seen our schools, there are a lot of children, a lot of young adults who are tested in ways where I think they're reaching out for help. I think one of the things that we should go to is looking at these studies that have been out here, and I would hope our schools and our experts that are on these panels today, including you, Chief, and including you, Mayor, would include these studies and go back to the schools and let's identify in our schools where there is something we can make better. This article also says a work in projects and in progress, and it talks about how talking to students every day. When I grew up, we would recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, taking a few minutes. Now, I know we've heard testimony that everything about America is racist, but I think that in our classrooms, we need to talk about our nations, our rights and our responsibilities, but taking time every day to be nice to each other, leaving notes, knowing each other, and then listening to people who emanate and identifying people who have problems. It is my hope, Madam Chairwoman and our ranking member, that instead of taking to the floor this immediate action, we would really listen to you and other experts. And Madam Chairman, I would like to see if we would call Justin Hines, who is Director of National Center for School Safety, Assistant Professor at the University of Michigan School of Public Health. I believe we need professionals who have studied these things. I say this as an opportunity to each one of you. I want to thank you. We listen to you, and I hope you will hear us back. Thank you very much, and may God bless the people of Uvalde, Texas, who are struggling through this at this time, and our nation. Madam Chairman, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Gramaglia, thank you for your service to the people of Buffalo. I was born in India, and I immigrated first to Buffalo, New York. And so the fact that you said that it's a city of good neighbors is very poignant for me. And I'm very sorry for the loss of all those lives in Buffalo. The shooter in Uvalde used what's called a Daniel Defense DDM V7 rifle. It's a style of AR-15 rifle. It markets that rifle as, quote, a perfect rifle for everybody. This particular picture comes from their Twitter account on May 16th, 2022. Now, Commissioner, guns are the leading cause of death among young people aged 24 and under. Guns kill far more kids than cigarettes, but we don't let cigarette companies market to children. Sir, you don't think it's appropriate for Daniel Defense or any manufacturer to market AR-15 style rifles or handguns or any other weapons to children, correct?
I think that picture behind you is very disturbing, is what it is. And no, I don't believe that that should be the case.
And why do you find that picture disturbing?
How many children in our country, because of a lack of safe storage on weapons, have either accidentally taken their own lives or somebody else in that household or another friend within that house who was there visiting? It's disturbing.
Shortly after the Daniel Defense rifle was used in the Uvalde shooting, this picture was taken down from their Twitter account, and indeed their Twitter account was made private. I think they had second thoughts about advertising in this manner as well. Ms. Swearer, in 2019, while testifying before the House Judiciary Committee, you went viral in a viral video talking about the lethality of AR-15s. You said, quote, "Your mother struggled to hit a stationary target from 6 yards out under ideal conditions, and then she picked up an AR-15, and I watched my mother put a fist-sized grouping of lead in the center mass of the target 20 yards out. When accuracy and stopping power matter, they are simply better." You said that, correct, Ms. Swearer?
Yes, I did.
This is a picture of the 19 children and 2 teachers who died in Uvalde, Ms. Swearer. You mentioned the AR-15 stopping power, but I gotta believe these little children were not the ones you were talking about stopping, correct?
No, I was talking about stopping the individual who showed up to shoot them.
And the,
Who did show up to shoot them? Who did show up to shoot that individual was a bunch of law enforcement officers with an AR-15.
and Ms. Swearer, your mic's not on, but
The green light is on.
I can hear you, Ms. Swearer. It's good. I can hear Ms. Swearer.
Perhaps you could switch with Mr. Saplina for a minute if his mic is working.
Can you please suspend the time?
The witness needs to be heard.
Restore the time, please.
Thank you.
Congressman.
Can I repeat the question, and then you can say the answer?
Yeah, and if we could just stop the clock for a minute, because we lost some time there.
Could
Go
we
ahead.
change the placards too, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Krishnamurti, did you want to repeat the question?
Yes. Ms. Swearer, when you talked about the stopping power of these AR-15s, it wasn't these children that you were talking about stopping, obviously.
No, I was referring to individuals like the one who went into that building and spent 78 minutes shooting them. And I hope, as was the case in Uvalde, that the people who show up to stop shooters like that
And these
have the AR-15 precisely for its stopping power. And that is exactly what happened in Uvalde. That is why cops
in
are
this case, Ms.
routinely
Swearer,
exempt from these prohibitions.
This
to
man
confront
legally
civilian
purchased
threats
these
in a
AR-15
civilian
rifles,
context.
correct? And in this particular case, the shooter had legally purchased these AR-15 rifles and was able to stop and obviously end these lives forever.
Yes,
Now,
and if you remove
Commissioner
his pistol grip, he would have done
Gramaglia,
the same thing.
I want to address you again, Commissioner. You know, guns are often billed as essential to maintaining the freedoms we enjoy in America. They are an iconic part of America to a lot of people, but cars have long been central to American life as well. And what we've seen, interestingly, is that here's a picture of traffic deaths versus deaths from firearms. And at one time, traffic deaths far exceeded firearms in 1950, but over time, traffic deaths have gone down, while firearm deaths have remained relatively constant. Now, of course, with regard to the right to bear arms, that's in the Constitution, but it's not an absolute right. That's why we outlaw machine guns and we regulate firearms in other ways. Sir, with regard to traffic deaths in cars, the imposition of rules and regulations and laws, along with private industry adopting safer ways to drive and devices to make them safer, have led to a reduction in traffic deaths. But the same cannot be said for firearms. Isn't that right?
I believe you're correct, yes. In looking at the traffic deaths going down, regulations both in vehicle safety, airbags, speed enforcement, other things of that nature have led to safer roads.
And what would that lead you to believe should happen with regard to firearms?
Some sensible regulations to limit the carnage that's happening on our streets.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The horrific and heartbreaking tragedies that occurred in Uvalde and Buffalo have shaken the nation. We're all made in God's image, and I continue to pray for our society and for the families of the men and women and children who were senselessly murdered. We must be thoughtful in how we discuss and address this issue. When the federal government acts in haste, the room for error is exponentially compounded. This problem should be diagnosed in its entirety before we endeavor to place proposals on the table. The simple truth is that top-down legislative actions from Washington do not provide the states the due deference they deserve. The latitude of the states to make decisions that best suit their constituencies must be respected. The Second Amendment was intended both to empower individuals and also to shield them from the federal government exerting undue influence. Unfortunately, over time, the underlying principle of the Second Amendment has been distorted and misconstrued by Washington bureaucrats who simply want it stripped away from law-abiding citizens. This cannot be allowed to happen. I now yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, who has a tremendous amount of experience with these issues.
Thank you very much, Virginia. I would like to ask Mr. Gramaglia, in your sworn testimony, you say of retired Buffalo police officer Aaron Salter, Jr., his service weapon was no match for the military-style weapons and armor the perpetrator was equipped with. Yet your Buffalo police officers responded to Tops a minute after receiving the 911 call and were able to take the shooter into custody within a minute of arriving at the scene. That's impressive. That's very impressive that your officers were able to do that. And this gentleman armed with an AR-15 style rifle. What is the Buffalo officer's standard service weapon?
A Glock 40 caliber.
A Glock 40 caliber pistol.
Yes.
So they responded with a Glock 40 caliber pistol and were able to subdue this gentleman in 1 minute.
They were able to do that because as he exited the store, he had the AR-15 pointed up underneath his chin, and then through what I thought was very calm de-escalation language, he surrendered his weapon and put it down. Had he pointed it at the officers, we think we would have had a different scenario here.
Okay, but that 40 caliber weapon is completely capable of stopping someone with an AR-15, correct?
Well, he had military-style body armor and a tactical helmet on. He was shot at least one time that we had uncovered through our evidence, and that had no effect on him. I also watched the video, both the store surveillance video that has not been released and the GoPro video that was downloaded, which showed the confrontation between.
But the 40 caliber pistol that the officers carry is plenty enough to stop an armed shooter, correct? It's all about shot placement, isn't it?
It isn't, it isn't.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that. Mrs. Swearer, actually, have mass shootings or school shootings been carried out with other weapons other than AR-15s?
Yes, Congressman, they have.
Okay. What other weapons? And what's the primary weapon, if you will?
So the primary weapon is actually a plurality are handguns alone. Another sort of larger segment are several variations of firearms, some combination of rifles, handguns, shotguns, and then a smaller percentage are rifles alone.
Okay, thank you very much. So handguns are still very, very potent firearms. Madam Chairwoman, I would like to introduce this article into the record, and I request unanimous consent. It's a Fox News article, May the 28th, 2022, and it's entitled, "West Virginia Woman with Pistol Shoots Kills Man at Graduation Party, Saves Several Lives."
Without objection.
All right, thank you. You know, what happened in Uvalde was an incredible tragedy, and it had a very terrible ending. But something very similar happened the very next day, that Wednesday, in Charleston, West Virginia. And a particular woman in West Virginia fatally shot a man who had begun firing an AR-15 rifle into a crowd of dozens. The woman was attending a West Virginia party. She drew her pistol and fired on the convicted felon. No one at the party was injured. And the gentleman obtained his weapon illegally. Criminals will obtain their weapons however they want. They will get them illegally. More gun laws are not going to stop that, not in any way, shape, or form, because criminals simply do not obey the law.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Chair.
I yield back.
like to ask permission to insert into the record an article, Why Do Something Won't Work, from the Wall Street Journal, Thursday, June 2nd, 2022. Thank you.
Without objection. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, is now recognized.
I thank the chair, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. I was the chairman of Fairfax County when the Virginia Tech massacre occurred. At that point in American history, that was the worst gun massacre in our history. I buried 6 young children, students, that week. 6. I'm still in touch with many of the families years later. And the emptiness in their hearts and souls cannot be filled. It is a tragedy that lives with them forever. Those children were killed by a mentally ill person who should not have had access to weapons, but did. He wasn't a criminal. He was mentally ill. We hear excuse after excuse that gun laws don't work. The Australian experience would suggest otherwise. After a series of massacres in that country, Australia adopted some strict gun laws. They don't have the massacres weekly we do. It changed behavior because it changed access to weapons and ammunition. We've heard the answer is arm our teachers. That would be the solution. Ms. Pringle, you deal with teachers. Would that be a good solution from your point of view?
Absolutely not. We know that the majority of not only our teachers, but our parents do not believe that arming teachers would in any way prevent the carnage that we have seen for over 23 years. I just want you to imagine, I was a middle school teacher. My responsibility was to ensure that every student was nurtured and that they could learn, come to school ready to learn every day. And now the suggestion that I, as a teacher, would be responsible for carrying a weapon and making a split moment decision about whether I was going to shoot someone or not, whether that responsibility would be mine to bear, that is a distraction from what we know we need to do in this country, which is to pass comprehensive gun control laws, something we have never done. In the short time that we did ban assault weapons, we saw that carnage go down, didn't we? Yes, we did. But we've never passed comprehensive gun legislation in this country.
Thank you.
We need to do it now.
Mayor Adams, welcome. Mayor Adams, you're the mayor of, I think, the largest city in the United States.
Yes.
Would it be a good idea from your point of view as the mayor of that city and your commitment to reducing crime in that city to arm our teachers in all of your schools in New York City? Would that be a solution from your point of view?
No, and I think the facts show that. Between 1996 to 2010, one study found that police officers were 3 times more likely to die from gun violence with a heavy flow of guns in their city. So it's harmful to the law enforcement community, it's harmful to our civilians, and it's harmful to our children.
Mr. Gramaglia, Police Commissioner, would arming teachers help your force? Would it have made a difference in your community in Buffalo?
I think what we have to be careful on is to not militarize our schools and make students feel like they are in a system where they are surrounded by weapons in an institution where they're supposed to be learning. I certainly agree with that, hardening our targets, making sure our schools are safe buildings, having a strong school resource program where school resource officers are engaging with their students, are building trust within their students. But I think we have to, caution against over-weaponizing our schools. it causes fear in our students, and I think we need to engage our students in these conversations.
And just real quickly, and Ms. Pringle's point, the use of weapons and the decision to use them for law enforcement can be a split-second judgment, and that requires careful training, does it not?
It's a considerable amount of training for absolute split-second decisions that are second-guessed for years on.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Heiss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, from what I can research and understand, there are some 300,000 or so crimes committed every year, violent crimes in which guns are a part of the situation. There are between 500,000 and 3 million incidences a year where guns prevent violent crimes from taking place. So let's clarify here, the issue is not gun violence. Guns are not the issue. We have a people violence problems who misuse guns and other means whenever they intend to harm individuals. And the answer to this situation, when you have violent people, the answer is not defunding the police. The answer is not pitting one group of Americans against another, which we see far too often these days. The answer is not ignoring the rule of law. The answer is not releasing criminals into our streets or allowing them into our country. The answer is not a lack of consequences for those who commit crimes and being soft on crime for those who commit violent crimes. We have got to look at the problem, which is violent people. And at some point in this country, we've got to recognize that there is great value in upholding the rule of law. We've got to recognize and teach that there is a such thing as moral absolutes, not the least of which is respecting one another and respecting life. We've got to, in the midst of this conversation, I believe, embrace religious beliefs. Look, there are risks that come with a free society. We all understand that. But we have a moral and a spiritual crisis in this country right now, and that is reflected in violent people that we see more and more. But it is impossible for us to have a system of government, which we have in this country, where we have limited government and maximum freedom, if we do not have a citizenry that is capable of self-governing their own lives with an authentic understanding of right and wrong. And so for us to take out of the equation any mention of moral absolutes or the role that our founders mentioned and described as indispensable supports to our system of government, which is morality, religion and morality, then I believe we're making a mistake in all of this discussion. These things cannot be ignored. Mayor Adams, let me real quickly begin with you, and if we can go quickly. New York City is certainly one of the leading examples of gun restrictions and gun restrictive measures in the United States. Yes or no? Your mic was off.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
And yet, we all know New York has continued in recent years to see a rise in crime. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. In January of this year, you released in a press statement regarding your blueprint to end gun violence in New York City. You had in that a quote that says this: "It is illegal to carry a gun in our city, yet police officers take them off the streets every day in record numbers." You made that statement correct?
Yes, and many comes from Georgia.
Right. And so here we still have, in a city that has the greatest among the greatest gun restriction laws in the country, a rise in crime and guns being carried off the streets in record numbers every day. It doesn't appear that the attempts that are produced by the gun restrictions are having any effect of keeping bad people from getting guns and taking the constitutional rights away from American citizens. only helps criminals, is I guess what I'm getting to. Ms. Swearer, let me come to you. If we continue down this path of restricting gun rights from American citizens, making it easier for criminals to have targets, knowing that there will not be guns by legal citizens there to defend themselves, what kind of impact will that have in the long run?
First, I want to make sure that, is my mic still not on?
Can we put a pause?
No,
Use your neighbor's mic. Use your neighbor's mic. Maybe that'll work better.
My apologies, I was told the issue had been taken care of. Congressman, to answer your question, criminals are rational actors. You look at the studies on this and the way in which criminals operate. Obviously, they don't want to confront someone with a firearm any more than we would want to if we were criminals. They are rational actors. You mentioned the statistics on defensive gun uses. I think that is important to point out. I would also note how much lower that is, considering there are a number of states that essentially do not allow ordinary law-abiding citizens to protect themselves with firearms in public and or who make it far more difficult for individuals to keep and bear arms even inside their own homes, and so that could be considerably higher under different circumstances. That said, again, I appreciate you pointing that out, but again, criminals are rational actors. To pretend otherwise is borderline silly. So of course—
Gentleman's time has expired. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Buffalo, Uvalde, Sandy Hook, Tree of Life, Mother Emanuel Church, El Paso, Walmart, Pulse Nightclub, Las Vegas, Columbine. The bloodbath continues. In the history of our species, a number of civilizations have practiced or allowed human sacrifice, including the sacrifice of children. The Carthaginians, the Mesopotamians, the Incas, the Aztecs. Will we be recorded as such a society that accepts the sacrifice of innocence? Gun violence is the #1 cause of death of children in the United States of America today, which makes us globally unique. We have rates of gun violence and gun death 20 times higher than other industrialized nations like France, the United Kingdom, Israel, Norway, Sweden, Japan. No other nation comes close to what we see here, even though we have comparable levels of mental health problems and mental illness. Will we continue to accept the slaughter of innocents, including innocent children, as acceptable collateral damage for loyalty to a completely bogus and distorted misreading of the Second Amendment and what the Supreme Court has said about it? Justice Scalia in the Heller decision was emphatic that reasonable gun safety regulation is perfectly consistent with the Second Amendment right. Justice Scalia said he specifically rejected the view advanced by a number of our colleagues today, saying that the right of gun ownership is not unlimited. No, Justice Scalia stated the Second Amendment right is, quote, not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose. He enumerated a partial list of reasonable regulations, including a ban on carrying concealed weapons, the possession of firearms by felons, the mentally ill, and other dangerous people, laws forbidding the carrying of firearms into schools and government buildings and other public places, laws imposing the conditions and qualifications on the sale of firearms, such as background checks. All of these things, he has said, are perfectly consistent with the Second Amendment right. It's not different from other rights we have, like the First Amendment, where you have an absolute right to speak, but you don't have a right to set up a demonstration with loudspeaker system in front of the White House at 2 o'clock in the morning and keep the president's family up. We accept reasonable time, place, manner regulations with respect to all rights. Now, our colleagues invite us to believe the Second Amendment is some kind of policy straitjacket, but they won't read or quote the decision by Justice Scalia himself, who wrote the most elaborate defense and explication of the majority's view of the Second Amendment in D.C. versus Heller in 2008. Mr. Suplina, in 2005, Congress gave the gun industry unprecedented and unique immunity from civil lawsuits for crimes committed with their products. No other industry's got anything like that. Could you explain what that immunity protection means for the gun industry and how it has blocked common sense laws to end gun violence in our country?
Yes, Congressman, thank you. The law of PLACA, which you cite, has given near blanket immunity to the gun industry, and the result has really had a profound impact on what we know about the gun industry's role in gun violence, as well as any accountability for the industry. So acts that would have led to either litigation that would have exposed truths like happened with the tobacco industry, or accountability like happened in the automobile industry, safety practices that would have improved at these manufacturers because there was a risk of doing nothing, just simply does not exist with the gun industry.
Well, what reckless marketing and sales practices has the gun industry engaged in because of this blanket of immunity that has been bestowed upon them?
Well, you know, there are several, and the marketing is getting increasingly reckless, increasingly desperate as the field gets more crowded, but also in terms of distribution practices. I've heard several times today about how easy it is for criminals to get guns, as if that's some act of magic, but these guns are all starting with gun manufacturers and gun sellers. We know that certain gun manufacturers are fueling gun shops that are selling disproportionately into illegal markets. And the gun industry is protected by PLACA because they say, oh, we're following the law. Well, the numbers speak for themselves.
Okay, and then finally, Chief, you were interrupted before. Well, what do you make of this claim that we shouldn't have laws governing, for example, a universal criminal background check because criminals don't follow the law? Is that an argument against having any law against murder, rape, assault, because criminals by definition don't follow the law?
The gentleman's time has expired, but the gentleman may answer.
So the universal background checks is a simple process that's going to have those that want to legally obtain their guns with their constitutional rights to obtain those guns. Criminals absolutely are not going to follow that. Well, the more guns that we keep flooding in without background checks, without proper adherence to get those guns through straw purchases and other manners, that's how we're flooding the market so that criminals can obtain those guns.
And Justice Scalia emphasized that there could be regulations on
gentleman's time
commercial
has
sales.
expired.
Thank you, I yield.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we hold hearings on all sorts of topics for all sorts of reasons. Sometimes for political reasons, or even worse, sometimes for political theater aimed at attaining political currency which will then be spent on winning an upcoming election. Other times, hearings are held to actually solve a problem. We're here today because of the tragedies in Buffalo and the horrific loss of life in my home state of Texas in Uvalde, which is a beautiful American community ripped apart by a troubled and evil coward. Now, when lives are lost and innocence is stolen, particularly when children are the victims, it's natural to want to assess and focus blame. Who did this and how did this happen? And I'm no different than any American. I'm heartbroken and I'm furious. Those innocent children are gone, and the indescribable suffering of the families is beyond words. We have a president that says continually that he must do something. We must do something. Many Democrats are echoing that. We must do something. No, we need to do something effective that will keep our children safer. As I mentioned, when a senseless tragedy like this happens, blame's thrown around. Some people want to blame guns. Some people want to blame gun manufacturers. Some people want to blame, believe it or not, the Constitution. Some people want to blame an entire political party. And all this couldn't be more misplaced. The shooter is the only one to blame. So when the president and many Democrats are claiming that guns are the problem and the readily available supply is the culprit, well, the more guns in America, the argument goes, the more dangerous America becomes. But the actual facts belie this thinking. In 1969, so about 50 years ago, there were 180 million firearms in this country. Today, it's about double. In 2019, it was about 365 million. Yet the murder rate back then was 9.6 per 100,000. The murder rate now is 5, or in 2019 anyway, it was 5 per 100,000. So twice the number of guns, and yet murder rate was cut in half. The truth is that guns have always been readily available in this country. But mass shootings, and in particular mass shootings of schools, were non-existent or at least extremely rare until they became a grisly recent phenomenon. So what's changed in the last 50 years? There's been a noticeable breakdown of the family, there's been an erosion of faith, and there's been a seismic drop in social interactions in large measure due to the overuse of these dang smartphones and the proliferation of social media, which is probably better described as anti-social media. Senseless mass shootings are not committed by well-adjusted, successful, socially polished people. They're committed by disturbed, unstable loners with mental disease.
By the end of the year, so we started.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, can I get my time back?
Yes.
Thank you.
Rule out what we don't want.
Thank you. Senseless mass shootings are committed by unstable, disturbed loners with mental disease. Refusing to address better mental health services, especially for young people, is to do a disservice at best, and it's a dereliction at duty at worst. The focus, sadly, by the Democrats is to restrict guns or prohibit their legal possession entirely. A Democratic member of Congress in a committee hearing just recently said, and I quote, "We will not rest until we have taken weapons of war out of circulation in our communities." So, do restrictive gun laws or prohibitions work? The most dangerous nations on the planet, according to the World Bank and the UN, are El Salvador, Jamaica, Venezuela, and Honduras. And what else do they have in common? It's also nearly impossible for an average citizen to own a firearm, and yet they are terribly perilous places to be. Believe it or not, some Democratic-controlled cities in our country with restrictive gun laws are even more dangerous than the aforementioned countries. St. Louis has a higher murder rate than El Salvador. Baltimore does as well, and Detroit is a more lethal and dangerous place to go and visit or live than Venezuela. So does passing prohibitions, I mean, it just simply doesn't work. Doing something doesn't work. Doing something effective is the path that we should and must take. History's shown us when you disarm law-abiding citizens, you create not more safety, but more peril. The inconvenient truth for some on this committee and in this chamber is that more firearms in the hands of law-abiding citizens make us all safer. So let's talk some real solutions. We must harden our schools with controlled access and single point of entry with a tiered entry procedures. The main office should be located directly by the front door, which is single access entry. Classroom doors should automatically shut and lock like hotel room doors do. Let's support and foster a robust school marshal program where qualified and volunteer teachers and staff go through proper training to be armed on campus. Let's increase the number of SROs in our schools. Let's leverage technology by putting cameras in schools, much like Frisco, Texas did 15 years ago when I was on a city council. And they had a command center and a mobile command center, and any threat could be immediately detected, tracked, and eliminated forthwith. We need a rapid response plan and a rapid response force to be trained to world-class standards. And also, law enforcement doctrine must change, so when there is a threat, the schools aren't besieged, but rather our heroes in blue advance, using honed techniques and teamwork and technology, and eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Our goal should be to protect our children. No parent, educator, citizen, legislature, or nation has a higher calling. Let's look at real and effective solutions and shelve the divisive rhetoric, because American children deserve nothing less. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Rokan, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like so many on this committee and around the country, I was deeply moved, not as a politician, as a father, by the testimony this morning of the families of victims. Kimberly Rubio, who lost her precious daughter Lexi, cut through all the talking points, all the debate, and asked the central question before our Congress and our country. As she put it, what do we value more, children or our guns? It's really that simple. I want to talk about the common sense reforms on guns, but as a representative of Silicon Valley, I feel I also have a duty to talk about some of the role of social media in this massacre. With the Uvalde shooter on Instagram having a group chat where there is conversation of school shootings, where there is conversation of threats of violence, where he's bragging about getting assault weapons, Why is there no action? And let's be very clear, these are minors. He was a minor when he did this. It's not the same free speech rights. Mr. Suplina, do you think companies like Instagram should have some responsibility in group chats when minors are involved and you have explicit discussion of school shootings to do something?
I think the role of social media companies is an important one, and you're right to point it out, Congressman. Instagram, Facebook, these are often where we see the earliest warning signs of a potential mass shooter, as well as other social media platforms where these instances are discussed. There's often multiple people in the chat. And I do want to also mention, with respect to the Buffalo shooter, for instance, he cited YouTube for the videos that allowed him to modify the firearm that he had to accept a detachable magazines, which he used to deadly effect. So social media companies do have a role to play here.
And just like my colleague, Mr. Raskin, said that the right of the Second Amendment is not absolute, it's important to recognize that the right of the First Amendment is not absolute. Under Brandenburg, you can't have things that incite violence, and there are greater protections for minors. I mean, it is crazy to me that you can have people under 18 talking about shootings and mass shootings, and these companies are taking no action. So we need to have regulation that gets to the heart of this. You know, Mrs. Swearer, I'm trying to understand your position, and I just want to ask you some simple yes or no questions to understand where you're coming from. Is it your view that someone who has committed a violent felony should be able to purchase a gun, yes or no?
No.
Is it your view that someone who's a serial rapist should be able to purchase a gun, yes or no?
Very clearly, no.
Is it your view that someone who is a drug trafficker should be able to purchase a gun, yes or no?
No, and these are becoming insulting.
And so, well, I mean, so would you support any laws that would make sure that violent felons, serial rapists, or people who are drug traffickers will not get access to guns?
If they are written and narrowly tailored to approach that issue without burdening the rights of law-abiding citizens or criminalizing low-risk transfers between responsible citizens, yes, I'm more than willing to look at that law.
That is exactly what the background checks, and because right now what you have a case is that the background checks do not cover a lot of the sales to violent felons, to serial rapists, and I just want to be clear, when the Republican Party, their position right now by opposing H.R. 8 is they are for violent felons, serial rapists still being able to purchase these guns.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. They're against low-risk transfers being criminalized.
Please, I'm reclaiming my time.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The position of Republicans is that violent criminals be in jail.
Well, no, the position is...
Madam Chair, the gentleman has not stated a valid point of order.
The position, H.R. 8, all H.R. 8 at its core said, is that violent felons are still getting these guns. Serial rapists are still getting these guns. And the law and order party that has demagogued the issue of law enforcement and policing, that party is saying, we're okay with violent felons still getting these guns. We're okay with serial rapists still getting these guns. And all the Congress on the Democratic side is trying to do is to close those loopholes.
I respectfully refer you to my testimony on this very bill before the Senate Judiciary Committee last year, where I explained how that is a grotesque mischaracterization of our opposition to that bill.
I am saying that there is not...
The gentleman's time has expired.
Well, she kept interrupting me.
Okay, all right. But then, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, is now recognized.
I would first like to take a moment to thank all our panelists, this panel and the previous panel, for your testimony. We've seen some horrific acts in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We saw a devastating shooting in Philadelphia on Saturday, and I continue, and we all should offer prayer for the families across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and across our nation that have been affected by these acts committed by violent criminals, skyrocketing crime in our cities. That's what we need to focus on. New York City saw a 16.2% increase in violent criminals shooting others in March of 2022. That's up from a year before. San Francisco saw a 31% rise in homicides. In Chicago, violent criminals were responsible for shooting
47 people on Memorial Day weekend alone. There's a trend here. Crime is rising in cities that have the most restrictive laws on firearms and have the least severe criminal enforcement penalties on the books. And in fact, cities that don't enforce the laws that are on the books. The district attorney in San Francisco has dismissed over 40% of felony convictions since 2020. And in Philadelphia, homicides have increased 58% during District Attorney Larry Krasner's tenure. However, only 21% of crimes when violent criminals shot another person since 2015 have led to criminal charges, and less than 1/10 of those incidents resulted in convictions. Philadelphia police are making record amounts of arrests for crimes committed by violent people with guns. Yet Krasner's office has dismissed or withdrawn more violent cases every year he has been in office. The bottom line is when you fail to enforce the law and hold criminals accountable, you get criminal behavior. So, Ms. Swearer, how does failure to prosecute past or current crime affect crime rates in the future?
Well, it certainly emboldens criminals and reasonably allows them to believe that there's a very little chance that they will be punished or in any way held accountable for their crimes.
Many of the proposals we're discussing today are widely implemented across the municipalities where crime spikes are happening. Would limiting law-abiding citizens' right to own a firearm curb these disturbing trends?
No, it would not, and I would also point out the reality of most gun violence is not that it's being perpetrated by people who lawfully purchase and possess their firearms. It is largely perpetrated by individuals with long histories of violence who obtain their firearms already through illegal and illegitimate channels that are not addressed by universal background checks because they are already circumventing the law regarding those background checks. It's a very low reward endeavor, even if it's like 100% enforceable.
Okay. What measures should be taken to ensure victims and their families are not legally ignored in favor of defendants?
I would, again, refer to some of my previous testimony, because I know our time is short, previous testimony that I've given before the Senate Judiciary Committee on gun violence in Chicago. I think a lot of that is still applicable to your question. From a federal perspective, as I said, continue to enforce federal laws and hold criminals accountable at a federal level when possible, and encourage state and local counterparts, some of whom have done a horrific job of this, to do the same.
So I just have a question. There's a called the NICS system, and when you purchase a firearm, as I don't know how many people in this room have ever gone through a background check, but it does ask questions. I know it was brought up earlier about criminals being able to purchase guns. Is it not already illegal for rapists and murderers and people who have done domestic violence and convicted of these things? Isn't it already illegal for them to purchase firearms?
To purchase and to possess, assuming they are felons and have not had their rights restored to them under existing state or federal processes, though there is no process under federal law, so it would just be under the state.
Okay, but the point is, it's already, we're not saying that criminals should have laws. We're saying criminals should be put in jail, and law-abiding citizens should be allowed to lawfully possess firearms.
That is certainly what I'm saying, and that is my understanding of what every member who has opposed H.R. 8 is saying as well.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mfume, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There's an old saying that your pain is where your passion is. And so let me just go back to where we started almost 3 hours ago at the beginning of this hearing and talk for a second about the pain that I felt, as I hope many of you did, listening firsthand to the accounts of witnesses and victims from Uvalde and from Buffalo. Listening to them, I am still stunned and heartbroken. The gun carnage that continues in schools, in supermarkets, in movie theaters, in churches, on the streets of my Baltimore, and the streets of cities all over this country is a cross, ladies and gentlemen, that we all bear, whether we want to or not. The gun laws that we hope will be passed today, I hope, are seen as a beginning, not the end, only as a beginning. Otherwise, I really believe that we are doomed in our fight against murderers and their guns and the evil and the pain that they spread. I want to acknowledge and thank the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, the commissioner from Buffalo, and the mayor of New York, all of whom served in law enforcement and saw firsthand how difficult it is to deal with the violence perpetrated by guns, and particularly assault weapons. And I want to associate my remarks with those of Mayor Adams when he said, let the ATF do its job in rounding up so many illegal guns that are on our streets and to finally confirm a nominee. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, you'll remember 1994. We were members of this body. We worked for a whole year to put together and pass an assault weapons ban. And the only reason it wasn't permanent was because we weren't able to get enough people, members, on the other side of the aisle, unfortunately, to go along with that. And so the compromise was a 10-year ban on assault weapons, which expired in 2004. I'm just shocked that 18 years has gone by and this body has not moved to reestablish that. In 1999, as a president of the NAACP, I filed suit against the gun industry. It took us 3 years to get to court because the NRA did everything they could to keep it from not happening. And finally, in 2003, we went to court. I testified in Brooklyn, New York for over a week, but we didn't have the weight we needed, and the NRA was a bigger force than we could deal with. And so we lost that, but the judge, to his credit, said this does not prohibit the fact that there certainly will be other lawsuits like this. The NRA heard those words and took them to heart and spent the next 18 months putting in place an absolute immunity on the gun industry, and unfortunately was able to get this Congress to pass it and sign into law. It is just unbelievable that we will get absolute immunity to any industry in this country, particularly when there's harm and personal injury. So I think more than anything else, I was stunned a little while ago in hearing the gentleman, my colleague on the other side of the aisle, saying that he had sought out advice from a military commander about how to protect schools and that the advice was harden the target. And Ms. Swear, when you were asked to comment on that, you said absolutely harden the target. Well, that's fine. Except, how do you harden a supermarket? How do you harden a church? How do you find a way to go out and harden movie theaters? If the only answer is hardening the target, we've already capitulated. And I'm telling you, I'm so glad that so many people are focused on this hearing around the country so they can see firsthand what is going on here. We have a problem that is not going to go away. Every year it gets worse. And so until we're prepared to do what we were sworn constitutionally to do, to protect this country from enemies, foreign and domestic, we would have failed. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, is now recognized. Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Gramaglia, looking at your presented statement, sir. Say you support confiscating guns from individuals determined to be a threat to themselves or others. Determined to be. So by this legislation my colleagues are putting forth, my understanding of the letter of that law, which I 1,000% oppose, as would our founding fathers, the letter of that law says an anonymous tip from a citizen. So if this was law, Commissioner, would you confiscate, would you go to your neighbor's home and confiscate his legally owned weapons, a man that was not under criminal investigation nor under arrest? Would you do it?
The red flag laws would,
That's a yes or no, brother. I got 5 minutes to make an hour-and-a-half statement here.
it's more than a yes or no answer. It
We'll
would
move
be up
on
to
then.
It would,
If you cannot say yes, you would confiscate weapons from an American citizen that was subject to this law that my colleagues intend to push through this Congress, then you said in your statement that you would confiscate those weapons if an American was determined to be, your quote, a threat to themselves or others. According to that law, determined to be is defined by an anonymous tip that an American citizen, a threat to themselves or others. You're a police commissioner, a thin blue line brother, sworn to uphold the Constitution, and you're saying you'd seize those weapons. I see that as a problem. I'm going to bring us back in time to World War II. America's population, 140 million. 15 million American men came home from World War II with deep scars and significant skills. They bore the invisible wounds of war. And there was weapons everywhere. We'll talk about mental challenge. My father was one of those men who was a Navy pilot in World War II. He came back from the war and built his family. I'm the 7th of his 8 children. I was born in 1961. We had guns everywhere. There was virtually no regulation. Any child in the 50s could buy a weapon from any seller if Daddy sent them with the money. We didn't have mass shootings. It wasn't until 1968 in America that serial numbers were even required on weapons sold in this country. You order weapons through the Sears catalog by the mail. In the 70s, I attended a high school, large rural school. Virtually every vehicle in the parking lot was a pickup truck, and almost every one had a rifle or a shotgun on the back glass and a pistol under the seat. And we didn't have school shootings. 1979, I began college. One of the jobs I had to work my way through college was as a carpenter. We restored historical buildings. We had to determine in the process of that work what was the original cuts of these homes, residential homes built 75, 85, 100 years ago. You could tell by the saw cut if it was a mechanical cut, an electric cut, or a hand cut. By such observations, we knew exactly how that house was originally built. And to my amazement as a young man, beginning college in Louisiana, working, to my amazement, you know what I discovered, Madam Chair? You know what these houses did not have that were built 100 years ago in cities in America? You know what they did not have, Commissioner? Locks. Locks. Now, I ask you all, what happened to that country, man? A country where homes were built in cities with no locks. A country where guns were everywhere and virtually not regulated at all. Where millions of Americans, 14 million Americans came back. It's 11% of the population at the time after World War II with incredible skills of war and weapons of war, as you called them, everywhere. But we didn't have mass shootings. And here we sit today where an entire once proud Democratic Party is presenting unbelievably unconstitutional laws to press upon our nation, and we have a police commissioner that says he would go home to home and confiscate legally owned weapons if he got a tip. Madam Chair, I yield my speech, but I will not yield my opposition to these unconstitutional laws.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to all of our witnesses here today. I apologize if I go quickly. We've just got 5 minutes and a lot of work to do. Let's talk facts here. There was a lot of discussion about New York City. There is no discussion about gun violence in New York City without discussing the iron pipeline that is Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and honorary mention to Ohio, where 70% of likely illegal trafficked guns found in New York City come from. There's no discussion about gun violence in Chicago without talking about Indiana. Because the violence and the mothers that we have to comfort are losing children due to the guns and the carnage and the lawlessness unleashed by those states. I move on. Every week in recent memory, we have had at least one mass shooting. Ms. Pringle, you are the president of the National Education Association. You represent teachers. Between 2009 and 2018, how many school shootings did the United States have?
288.
288. Now let's look globally. Our G7 partners, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom, combined, how many school shootings did those countries have?
50
5
times more.
In almost 10 years. 288 versus 5. This is not normal. Not only is it not normal, it is internationally embarrassing and delegitimizing to the United States. Because for all the billions and trillions that this body authorizes in the name of national security, we can't even keep our kids safe from their schools being turned into a war zone. Now let's talk about why. Let's talk about one thing more important to lobbyists and the gun industry than children, than houses of faith, than human beings. Let's talk about profit. Mr. Suplina, in 2020, 22.8 million guns were sold, reflecting a 64% increase from 2019, correct?
Correct.
In 1 year. And across the board, gun manufacturers and ammunition companies began to see record profits. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now let's put that into context. In 2020, again, more than 45,000 Americans died by gunfire, reflecting an almost threefold increase from 2015. Are those statistics correct?
That's accurate.
So in your view, are you seeing a correlation between gun profits and gun deaths in the United States?
Yes.
This is about blood money. Between 2019 and 2021, 2 years, leading gun manufacturers Sturm and Ruger saw gross profits double to almost $280 million. In fact, during an earnings call, their CEO called the sales boom, quote, historic, ferocious, and that the future was bright. A month after that, an AR-556 pistol murdered 10 people at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. Those profit margins, $280 million, go to lobbying. Is that correct? Much of that goes to lobbying, correct?
Significant amounts go to lobbying, correct.
And can you remind us what the gun industry is lobbying against when it deploys these lobbying resources?
They are lobbying against every law that would regulate firearms, period.
And can you briefly tell us how gun companies have poured extra profits directly into lobbying against gun reform? And as an advocate in this space, what have you seen? Just rattle off some of the measures that they have, just a few that they have lobbied against.
They've lobbied against background checks, which, on all gun sales, which would, in fact, as was mentioned earlier, allow for the would-be criminal to obtain a firearm from a law-abiding citizen without a background check. The criminal would be breaking the law, but we could stop that. They've lobbied against red flag laws, which would temporarily deprive, after due process, firearm from somebody who poses a threat to themselves or others. That is a court adjudication.
Thank you.
Everything.
Thank you very much. And for context, the NRA spent about $250 million in 2020 alone. That's more than twice the entire salary of Congress combined. In 1 year, lobbying against gun safety laws. There's also this discussion about anything but a gun, but that these are about violent people. But yet we aren't doing anything about addressing the actual root causes of misogyny, where 2/3 of mass shootings are connected to domestic violence, or the emergence of white supremacy radicalization, mass incarceration, and poverty, and the connections between that and mass shootings in our communities. I yield my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Last couple of weeks, I had a chance to go down to Mexico, and they brought up an issue that I wasn't really expecting to hear. But a couple of Border Patrol guys pointed out to me that that firearms were very, very regulated in Mexico. And you do a little Google search, and you find out, a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, the first 9 months in 2019, Mexico, with some wildly difficult laws, had a murder rate of 6 times that in the United States. Not 6% more, not 60% more, but assuming he got it right, maybe he was cherry-picking the year, I don't know. 6 times as many murders as in the United States. I assume the Mexican officials who put these laws into effect thought they were going to save lives at the time that they made it so difficult for law-abiding Mexicans to get a hold of a firearm. But obviously the results of their laws was not to make Mexico safer. There are thousands, probably tens of thousands of people who have died now in Mexico under the current rules connected to ownership of guns. We've also, in this country, had a dramatic increase in the number of deaths from guns the last 2 years since kind of the beginning, or at least expansion, of the I Hate Police movement, which I blame for all the young people and not so young people who have died in the last 2 years in this massive increase of murders that we've seen, almost unprecedented. First of all, I'd like Mrs. Swear to comment a little bit on that Mexican statistic and comment on the dramatic increase in the number of homicides in this country in the last 2 years. Not because it's easier to own guns, but kind of because rhetoric, a lot of the rhetoric coming out of this building, this anti-police rhetoric.
Congressman, I will respectfully refrain from commenting on the statistics you pointed out from Mexico. I'm not overly familiar with any of the underlying causes. I will, to the greater point, say Mexico is, to my awareness, one of the only other countries in the world with a right to, quote, keep and bear arms, which is sort of a misnomer in that country, as you point out. So it's fundamentally different understanding of what that means than clearly in our country. As to, I'm sorry, please remind me of the second aspect.
Well, the massive increase in murders in this country in the last 2 years.
I think it's hard to pin that down to any one simplistic notion of what is causing that. Certainly, I think problems with policing and calls to defund the police, loss of trust between communities and police members, that all plays a role, as I pointed out in my written submission.
Okay.
But I think it's a number of things.
Yeah, I'll give you another question then. This week I'll be reintroducing something called the Student and Teacher Safety Act, which will allow schools to use existing grants they have, meant in part for improving school conditions and learning, to improve or boost school safety. Following the Uvalde shooting, the White House press secretary said that President Biden does not believe in hardening schools to provide more security resources or law enforcement officers. If these measures can be effective in preventing another mass shooting, why do you think the president is not open to hardening schools this way?
I cannot read the president's mind, but my guess is he would rather focus on other ways of addressing it. I would also very quickly like to point out, to reference something Congressman Mfume said, to seem to infer that we only care about or have only mentioned one aspect of a greater issue, which is focusing on physical security. Congressman, I respectfully don't know if you were not here for my opening statement or have not read my written submission, but I respectfully have pointed out roughly a dozen other issues as well. This is comprehensive in nature. It is not one thing or the other. It is both.
I've been here for 3 hours since before the hearing started. I heard your testimony. My reference was to schools, and my reminder was those are
Madam
not
Chair,
the
I
only
think he's
sources.
out of
Gentleman
order.
is not recognized.
Well,
Yeah.
witness, address me, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Could you give me another few seconds back? Someone jumped in there. Well, could you give us, if President Biden is going to stand between us and trying to improve the physical security in school districts, can you give us other ideas that we can use to prevent these tragedies?
Sure. As I mentioned in both my written and oral testimony, I think we can focus very clearly on building up the nation's mental health infrastructure, both specifically in schools and generally across the board. We are talking about 2/3 of gun deaths every year that are suicides, which is clearly plays into an aspect of mental health, which is problematic. We are talking about with mass shootings, individuals who clearly show signs of being a danger to themselves or others, but who are otherwise, not felons yet, and oftentimes cannot be involuntarily civilly committed. So looking at, targeted interventions with adequate means of due process, and also just behavioral risk assessment. We've talked about Instagram and threats on Instagram. What's concerning to me is that so many people saw so many signs, especially in Uvalde, and it appears that nobody reported them or knew to report them or knew how to report them or didn't think anything would be done about it. And that
The
is
gentleman's time has expired. Yeah. Okay, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Porter, is now recognized.
Ms. Swear, in 2019, you testified on Representative Cicilline's bill, the assault weapons ban, before Congress. At the 2019 hearing, Representative Jim Jordan asked you if law-abiding people will be less safe to protect themselves if that bill was passed. Do you remember your response?
I have a general idea of what I would have said under that circumstance, but no, I don't remember my specific words.
You said, and I quote, "I think worse than that, sir, you will see millions of otherwise law-abiding citizens become felons overnight."
Yes.
For nothing more than having scary-looking features on firearms. I was quite surprised by your answer. You read the bill before you came to Congress to testify against it, yes?
If we are referring to the ban on assault weapons? Correct. Yes.
So you knew that the bill would allow any gun owner to maintain possession of any semi-automatic assault weapon that was lawfully possessed before the bill became law.
No, so that is the case under that bill. The problem is
Reclaiming
anytime
my
that is
time.
transferred to anybody
Reclaiming
else,
my time,
that now
Madam
becomes
Chair,
an
would
issue.
you please instruct the witness that the time belongs to me?
If you don't want to hear an answer to my question, I'm not sure
Gen-
what's being asked.
The gentlelady has reclaimed her time.
So you knew that the bill, you said yes in response to my question, that you knew the bill would allow the gun owner to maintain possession of any semi-automatic assault weapon that was lawfully possessed before the bill becomes law. Ms. Swearer, I respect that we have different opinions on Representative Cicilline's assault weapons law, but we cannot have different facts. We have a duty to debate the merits of proposal. You falsely testified under oath.
Would you
that
like
that
the
bill,
explanation of
no,
why
I will
I said
not. I
that?
have not yielded, Ms. Swearer.
Suspend.
Madam Chair, if she's going to ask questions, shouldn't she let the witness have time to
The
answer?
gentleman is not recognized.
You falsely testified under
Madam
oath.
Chair, point of order. Point of order.
What is the gentleman's point?
I've been accused of falsely testifying
She-
under oath,
the-
and I would like to
the-
address it.
The gentlewoman has accused her of perjury. Is she going to hold to that, or are you going to allow the witness to respond to that accusation of criminal conduct?
You have not come forward with a significant point of order. Ms. Porter will continue.
I asked you if that bill was correct, if the bill would allow any gun owner to maintain possession, and you said yes. Yet you testified that the bill would allow people to become felons overnight. Earlier today, you testified that you hoped that this was the last time you testified before Congress. For the sake of our nation and the integrity of this Congress,
I said
do
Congress
too.
after a mass shooting, trying to figure out how to solve a problem that we are all heavily invested in solving.
Ms. Swearer,
That is
I have not
insulting.
asked a question.
How dare you?
Reclaiming my time. How dare you misstate the law?
How dare you
at
ask questions that you
legislation.
do not even want an answer to?
Ms. Swearer, I'm moving on. I'm a lifelong consumer protection advocate. From 2015 to 2020, there were at least 2,070 unintentional shootings by children. 765 of those children died. A consumer product that causes this much harm to the public would normally be subject to a recall. But federal law prohibits the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the agency responsible for protecting the public from dangerous products, from regulating guns. This is absurd. After one child died using a Peloton treadmill last year, the Consumer Product Safety Commission intervened and recalled the product. But when hundreds of children die using guns, there is no federal response. There is no federal safety standard for guns. Even though 40,000 Americans hurt or kill themselves or other people in hundreds of accidents every year. Instead of regulating guns like any other consumer product, federal law protects gun manufacturers. A teenager can watch a video online and learn how to modify a rifle to make it more deadly. And the gun industry avoids any liability if that teenager uses that modified rifle to fire repeatedly and rapidly at innocent people, even though their products could be designed to prevent unsafe modifications. I want to give an example. In 2001, a 13-year-old boy named Billy accidentally shot his father's handgun and killed his friend Josh. Billy mistakenly thought the gun was unloaded because he had removed the gun's magazine. Josh's family sued the gun manufacturer for failing to warn Billy and other consumers that their product could be fired without a magazine. It's a simple case. It should have been decided by a jury, as is provided under the Constitution. Instead, because of the gun industry's immunity, the gun manufacturer was able to dismiss the case without a trial. If a pharmaceutical company failed to warn customers about the known risks of one of their drugs, they could face thousands of lawsuits. But we allow the gun industry to sell weapons without taking any precautions to protect children and families from fatal accidents. Mr. Suplima, do you think the gun industry would do more to protect children if Congress ended their immunity?
Absolutely.
Would ending the gun industry's immunity put gun manufacturers out of business?
No, it would not.
In the 1990s, lawsuits forced Big Tobacco to pay for the harm they caused by marketing cigarettes. Just last year, Big Pharma agreed to pay $26 billion for communities devastated by opioids.
Madam Chair,
Victims
time
of gun
expired.
violence also deserve their day in court. They deserve justice. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time is expired.
Madam Chair, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentlelady's time
Madam
is
Chair,
expired.
Madam Chair, I have
Gentle-
point of order. Madam Chair, point of order. Again, Ms. Porter accused our witness of perjury. That's a very serious accusation. Accused her of lying before
Madam Chair,
Congress.
the gentleman has not stated a proper point
I'm
of order.
stating
That is not a
no,
proper
the
point of order.
The point of order is we just had a member
Not
of
a proper
Congress
point of order, Madam
accuse
Chair.
a witness of perjury and didn't give
Madam
that
Chair, the
witness
gentleman
time
is
to
not
respond.
stating a proper
And it's,
point
you
of
know,
order.
the usual
The
suspect.
gentlelady will
Order
suspend.
accomplished her
The
goal of
gentlelady
getting her
will
soundbite
suspend. The
on
gentleman from
MSNBC,
Texas,
but
Mr.
we're here
Cloud,
to debate a
is
serious issue.
recognized. Mr. Cloud, you are now recognized.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously, this is a tragedy that's heartbreaking for all of us. And naturally, coming out of this, as we look for solutions, emotions are naturally high because we're all grieved by the fact that we see this in our nation. There's going to be 1,000 reasons why we're asking. The investigations are ongoing, obviously. Some answers, of course, will never, even the conclusions we could come up with will, of course, never answer the cry of a parent who's lost a child. And I think any of us who have children can understand that. Our hearts just break for what we've seen. As we move forward, we have to continue to figure out how we propose solutions that actually create solutions. Very often in this Congress, we do things out of a best of intent and have the worst of results. And a lot of data, there's a lot of data that points to the fact that gun control leads not to more safer communities, but to more dangerous communities. For example, one of the proposals out there right now is to raise the age of being able to own a rifle. And In our federalist society, we have many states, and so we're able to kind of test these things out. And as far as I know, the only peer-reviewed article, study that's been done on that, it was in the Journal of Law and Economics, talked about it and looked at it and said, if anything, there was a 6% increase from states who began to implement age requirements or raised age requirements. So we have to tread passionately but very carefully as we continue to address this from a policy perspective. I'd like to bring up a topic that I think needs to be added to this conversation, and Representative Heiss and Higgins touched on this quite a bit, because a lot of times here in Congress, politicians like to get away with measuring our personal compassion. Usually it's on a spending bill, so we'll measure our personal compassion by how much money of other people's money we spend. And generally it's the more money we spend, the more compassion we have, in a sense. I've always found that absurd. In the same way as we do this, it would be wrong for us, just out of the sake of doing something, to measure our personal compassion by how much of other people's constitutional rights we take from them and give to the federal government. And it's important to point out in history that anytime a federal government takes authority, it's always for altruistic reasons. The danger comes when the next person in charge is, or what happens after that. And many times that power is taken under good intentions, and then used nefariously much later. So we have to be very careful about that. We have to keep history and context in mind in all of this. And the other thing I would say is that we should not think that any of this is monocausal. There's not one thing that caused this. There's a lot of things. But one thing I'd like to throw into the mix of this, because if there's a common denominator as we look across these, it's not age so much, it's not the firearm used or the type or even how it was required, as much as it is we see when we look at crime in our communities, when we look at the societal decline. We are in decline as a nation when it comes to the moral and societal decline in our nation. There's no doubt about it. And one of the biggest factors that is a common denominator across much of this is simply broken homes, fatherlessness. A DOJ study from the Journal of Research in Crime and Delinquency reports that the most reliable indicator of violent crime in a community is the proportion of fatherless homes. A 2019 meta-study in the Journal of Psychology, Crime, and Law found that growing up in single-parent families is associated with elevated risk of involvement in crime by adolescents. A 2019 study from the Pew Research Center finds that the U.S. has the world's highest rate of children living in single-parent households. The National Fatherhood Initiative has compiled some data, and it's adolescents from fatherless homes are more likely to commit crime. They're more likely to end up in prisons. They're more likely to end up in poverty. And so we have to figure out, for a long time, our government has subsidized even and promoted policies that continue to break down the home. And we have to do what we can to make sure we come back to this. And I would just like to give whatever time remains to Ms. Swear to address the perjury charges that have been made against you.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Oh, my
The
apologies.
gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gun manufacturers didn't always market weapons of war to civilians, and until recently, trade shows didn't make military-style guns available to the general public. Now, gun makers aggressively market AR-15-style weapons to civilians and actively tie them to military and law enforcement weapons. Smith & Wesson, America's largest gun manufacturer, even developed a name for this marketing ploy, calling it the, quote, halo effect. Now, I want to draw your attention to the screen. Mr. Suplina, I want to ask you about one advertisement that I find troubling, this one. This is an ad for a Daniel Defense MK-18, a high-speed military-style AR similar to the Daniel Defense AR used at the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde. The ad states, quote, use what they use, and that the gun features, quote, military-adopted technology. Mr. Suplina, do you believe the associations made in this advertisement are appropriate for a civilian?
No, but they're very effective at selling military-style weapons to the civilian population.
Reports on this gun indicate that it's favored by special forces. I would like to ask Daniel Defense why the same style guns being used in war zones should be marketed to everyday people. It is clear who gun makers are marketing to. Fred Guttenberg lost his 14-year-old daughter Jamie in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School massacre in my own community. Fred filed an FTC complaint alleging that Smith & Wesson mimicked first-person shooter video games in its advertising materials to attract adolescents and young adults. Smith & Wesson's M&P 15 .223 caliber rifle was used in the Parkland massacre. Mr. Suplino, what level of culpability should gun manufacturers have when they market human killing machines to a civilian customer base?
Again, this is now, unfortunately, increasingly the norm among gun manufacturers to market using, video game style ads. Daniel Defense itself referenced popular video games in its advertising, in its advertisements, and they should be held accountable for this.
Thank you. Commissioner Grimalgia, I'd like to turn to you next. I want to put another advertisement on the screen. This is an advertisement for a Bushmaster XM15. Is that the same gun that was used in the mass shooting at the Top supermarket on May 14th?
Yes, it was.
This advertisement shows a soldier with a Bushmaster, and it states, quote, versatility on the range or during patrol. Your officers were actually on patrol that day, and many of them responded to the active shooter scene with far less advanced weaponry. How do you prepare officers to protect themselves and the public from military-grade killing machines every day? I know it was referenced that, it's no problem that they had, adequate weapons to be able to defend themselves, but is that the case?
Against this weapon, no. We have active shooter vests that we have in our patrol cars. You can't wear them on a regular basis. They're far too heavy. It's something that you'd have to grab and put on if you have the time to do it.
Thank you. President Pringle, I want to turn to you. You've worked closely with teachers and students for years on combating gun violence. Without meaningful gun reform, students are forced to practice mass shooting drills. Just this week, and I know we stood together yesterday and you heard me talk about the high school students from my children's high school alma mater to mark the success of their fundraising drive to put Stop the Bleed kits in every classroom on that high school, in that high school campus. I mean, those are kits that are meant to triage a bleeding wound. Students now prep for the time that they have in school in the event that they are facing an active shooter and that they may bleed to death from gunshot wounds. What kind of traumatic effect does normalizing gun violence through these reactive measures have on students?
We have seen over the years an increase in anxiety, an increase in the number of students who are seeking additional assistance from our mental health professionals. We are seeing an increase in the amount of students who are coming to our schools with all kinds of social and emotional learning gaps because they have been subjected to overly aggressive drills and looking at social media and TV and seeing other students suffer and die at the hands of gun violence.
Marketing mass killing machines to a civilian customer base by using imagery and words that suggest that that's the purpose of their product is gross and immoral, but it's just what gun companies do now in order to profit from a market beyond their older male customer base. The Second Amendment does not absolve gun manufacturers of their responsibility to market their products responsibly, and children should not be doing fundraisers for Stop the Bleed kits instead of making sure that they can have a fun prom, doing car washes, having bake sales to make sure that their life on campus as students is improved, as opposed to their life on campus doesn't end and they have to use a Stop the Bleed kit that they've raised money for.
Yeah. The gentlelady's time has
Thank you.
expired.
I yield back.
As previously was stated at the beginning of the hearing, Mayor Adams has a hard stop at 1:30. Mayor Adams, thank you so much for joining us here today and for your testimony and for your service. You are excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Biggs is now recognized. Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, last week I thought I'd heard it all when one of the Democrats threatened to end the filibuster, wanted to pack the Supreme Court, and said that they would confiscate guns. In order to do that, they would basically emasculate the Senate as an institution, and also emasculate the Supreme Court as well. I thought that was interesting, was pretty bad, but then we have here someone actually accusing a witness and actually taking out of context a witness who testified previously and accusing her of perjury. Following that, though, but I got to tell you, the most egregious thing that the Democrats did today is they took a person, a young person, little Mia, who was traumatized 2 weeks ago, still suffering under obvious PTSD as she testified in that video, and bringing that poor little girl to relive this. And if we're going to hear about how traumatic, and I don't say they're not traumatic, these raising money for Stop the Bleed kits is, then it's particularly pernicious and outrageous to take an 11-year-old child who graphically described how she spread a classmate's blood upon her and feigned her own death to make her relive that. If we're talking about PTSD, you just prolonged the agony of that little child. For what? For your own political gain, your own political purpose. That is despicable. And over the course of more than 9 hours last week, my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, my Democrat colleagues, made it clear that they don't believe any American should have access to the means to protect themselves and their families. Democrats opposed a Republican amendment that would allow victims of domestic violence to purchase firearms. They opposed a Republican amendment that would allow the spouses of active duty and deployed military to purchase firearms. And, again, they promoted ending the filibuster, impacting the Supreme Court, and confiscating guns from law-abiding citizens. And they gave their entire game away by making clear that neither Congress nor the Supreme Court will stand in the way of their radical mission. Their proposed solutions to the problem of violent crime in this country is to make felons out of law-abiding citizens under the age of 21, to make felons of law-abiding citizens who own firearms in homes with children, and to make felons of law-abiding citizens who own or purchase magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition. The most common firearm in this country sells 15-round magazines. Their proposed solutions are to force law enforcement officers to ignore due process and to strip law-abiding citizens of the means to protect themselves and their families from threats. And make no mistakes, my Democrat colleagues intend on total infringement on America's Second Amendment rights. Ms. Swearer, before you answer the most pertinent question I think that we're going to hear from you in just a second, I want you to tell me, can you define defensive use?
Defensive use, and I'm assuming you mean lawful defensive
Yes.
use, would be a use of a firearm that is to defend oneself lawfully against criminal actions by another.
How often is lawful defensive use of firearms in this country?
According to a 2013 report by the CDC, almost all, with very few exceptions, but the most rigorous studies, and almost all of them, show that it's somewhere between 500,000 and 3 million times a year. I think it's roughly, probably around an average of 1 million myself.
Do you believe that firearm use for self-defense, defense of others, or for the protection of property saves lives?
Yes, it objectively saves lives.
Now, you were accused by someone who took out of context something you testified of in 2019 of effectively committing a crime and committing perjury before Congress. Would you please like to respond to that?
Congressman, respectfully, and I appreciate the opportunity, but we've wasted enough time on political games today, and I'd like to get back to the merits of actually talking about solutions.
Very good. Now, I'm going to go forward now, and Madam Chair, I'm going to submit, please, the following items for the record. The testimony of Stephen Williford before the Senate Judiciary Committee on May 25, 2021. Mr. Williford is a good guy with a gun who heroically confronted and stopped a mass shooter in Sutherland Springs, Texas. I also submit a 2019 study by John Lott of the Crime Research Prevention Center. His study examines data on the rate of shootings and accidents in schools that allow teachers to carry firearms, which found 0 cases of someone being wounded or killed from a shooting, let alone a public mass shooting at a school that allows teachers to carry firearms. And thirdly, an article by the Washington Examiner that the Buffalo shooter was an eco-socialist racist who hated Fox News and Ben Shapiro. With that, I yield back.
Without objection, the gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is now recognized, and we have been called for votes, so after him, we will Recess.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and I'd like to thank the witnesses, particularly those on the first panel, for their testimony. I was very moved by what each of them had to say. Americans have grown weary, frustrated, and frightened by the ever-intensifying cascade of gun violence afflicting our country. And they are sick and tired of their elected leaders continuing to do nothing to address the carnage. The fact of the matter is that the gun lobby, led by the NRA and the gun manufacturers that fund it, exert great influence on politicians to support its policy, which is that the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. You know, I mean, if that holds true, then, you know, it just doesn't make sense in a civilized society. And I'd submit to you that every person with a gun makes us unsafe as opposed to more secure. Every stopping a bad guy with a good guy with a gun just has not worked. To allow the floodgates to remain open for gun dealers to flood our streets with weapons that are more powerful than what was available last week. That policy, Madam Chair, has been a deadly failure. And if we continue the unbridled flow of firearms flooding our nation's streets, we will continue to see rising rates of gun violence in America. No other country has a problem like the gun violence problem plaguing our country. And policymakers who stand in the way of doing something to address the problem should be ashamed of themselves, and they need to be voted out of office and replaced with leaders who are willing to stand up to the NRA and pass common sense gun reform laws. It's common sense to impose a ban on the manufacture and sale to the public of military assault weapons meant for use on the battlefield. It's common sense to mandate universal background checks by closing the gun show loophole. And it's common sense to raise the age to purchase all firearms from 18 to 21. But for some reason, my colleagues insist on doing nothing to reverse what is a tide of a failed policy. It allows greedy firearms manufacturers to maintain their ever-growing profits by flooding our streets with weapons of war. And they continue to ignore the impact of their inaction, hiding behind the Second Amendment as if it were the Bible. They proclaim any attempt to pass gun safety legislation infringes on their right to carry. Well, what about the right to live of the 19 children and two teachers killed in Uvalde? The 10 shoppers killed in Buffalo, New York. What about their right to live? What about the right to live of the almost countless others who died from street gun violence? How much more blood should be shed before we in Congress take action? Madam Chair, the House has acted to pass laws on universal background checks, but our legislation is stalled in the Senate because of the filibuster. And Congress today will pass common sense gun legislation. I should say Democrats in Congress will pass common sense gun law today and pass it on to the Senate, where it will be met with the filibuster. The overwhelming majority of Americans support the types of common sense gun safety reforms under consideration this week. And failure to act is unconscionable. Failure is an insult to the countless dead children and shattered families and communities. Failure is an insult to the people we are here to represent. And I join my colleagues in their fervent thoughts and prayers and beg my colleagues to match their thoughts and prayers with equally fervent action. Mr. Gramaglia, a paper released by the International Association of Chiefs of Police noted that when the Biden assault weapons ban was in place between 1994 and 2004, the number of assault weapons traced to crimes fell by a dramatic 66%. Since assault weapons are often used against police officers and the IACP is supportive of the assault weapons ban or the assault rifle ban, what message does it send when Republicans who loudly proclaim their support for law enforcement refuse to even discuss banning assault weapons.
You know, my issue here is that we need to reduce the amount of bloodshed on our streets, and the damage that these weapons cause will lead to more bloodshed on the streets. It's more victims that are being struck, and it's something that needs to be banned.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, also thank you for the indulgence before we have to go vote. Heard a lot today. Don't want to do too much speechifying because we do that too often here. Ms. Swearer, it's been referenced a lot today, actually, about the need for universal background checks and closing the quote-unquote gun show loophole. Can you actually explain in detail what that policy actually means?
Sure. So universal background checks start with this general conception of what could be, at its core, legitimate. Right now, most gun sales, whether it's brick and mortar gun stores, whether it's bought over the internet, anything that occurs interstate, those require a background check under existing law. The only exception is for intrastate sales between private sellers, and that is largely because they do not have access to the NICS system. They cannot, like FFLs, call up the FBI and say, hey, can you run a background check? Now, could that theoretically be a way that intrastate sale for individuals who are otherwise prohibited to obtain firearms? Sure. As I point out, the problems with H.R. 8 and all of those other bills is that this is a low-reward endeavor. This is already not how most criminals are obtaining their firearms. They are already obtaining them through the black market, through informal channels that are not in any way, shape, or form addressed by intrastate private sales. And on top of that, things like H.R. 8 would criminalize a whole host of responsible temporary low-risk transfers between law-abiding citizens, like if your buddy wants to borrow your hunting rifle, or you're going on a month-long trip to Europe and you want your guns to be secured in your friend's safe next door, you'd have to go through a background check, legally transfer title of your guns to that individual, and then legally transfer title back to yourself when you're done. That's the problem.
So, Ms. Ware, real quick. So, the policy of universal background checks, would that have stopped the shooter in Uvalde from acquiring his weapon?
It would not have stopped the shooter in Uvalde.
Would it have stopped the shooter in Parkland from acquiring his weapon?
It would not have stopped, with perhaps one lone exception, a single mass public shooter in the last 20 years, because they all either passed or were capable of passing background checks, and that's the problem.
The shooter in Sandy Hook, the Newtown shooting, did that shooter kill his mother and take the guns?
Yes, he did. And I think, I forget his age, but he otherwise did not have a disqualifying history.
The shooter in Uvalde, did he actually shoot his grandmother in the face before he went to perpetrate the crimes in Uvalde?
To my knowledge, yes.
Folks, here's the deal. One of the things that we've seen through all these mass shootings, I was a member of the state legislature during the Parkland shooting, so I was in the legislature during that time period. The one thing is crystal clear, that these mass shooters that target our schools are all psychopaths. They are psychotic. In Parkland, the red flags were there for everybody to see. The school district did not act. That came out in the Parkland report. The site itself was not secured. That came out in the Parkland report. In Uvalde, the back door was open. It was open, wide open. The perpetrator shot his grandmother in the face. That is insane. I know in this bill, the proposed bill today or tomorrow, they're talking about raising the age to buy rifles from 18 to 21. Are we now going to say that a 19-year-old who is a legal adult in the United States does not have the mental capacity to own a shotgun or an AR-15, but they have the mental capacity to enlist in the military? They have the mental capacity to actually sign legal contracts? They have the mental capacity to be treated as an adult by law enforcement? And they also have the mental capacity to vote in the United States, but they don't have the mental capacity to own a shotgun or to own a rifle and not inflict harm on their fellow man? Look, man, I got 3 sons. 2 of them are school age now. When these shootings occur, man, they hurt me, because I could only imagine what it is as a parent. I'm a parent. But I also understand that I have a responsibility as a legislator to actually defend the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution, the Second Amendment is there. It is our responsibility to defend it. And if we look at the data from the mass shootings that have occurred in the United States over the last 20 years, the one constant, especially when it comes to schools, is that these shooters are young, they are mentally disturbed, and the vast majority of people who are in their age group would not even think or go down the pathway of committing these atrocities. We don't pass laws because of the quote-unquote one or two psychopaths. We only pass laws in order to maintain the actual legal momentum of freedom in the United States. The Second Amendment is not there to stop psychopaths. Let's be perfectly honest with it. It is not. That's not its purpose. The purpose of the Second Amendment is clear. It is to protect the constitutional rights of American citizens. These shootings are awful. They're awful. But the data is clear about how to find the people that actually do this. And the measures put in front of us would not have actually stopped these shootings. I'll yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Votes have been called. To allow members to vote, the committee will stand in recess until the end of the first vote series. The committee stands in recess. We'll reconvene. The gentle lady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman, and thank you so much for all of you for being here. Sometimes Congress often feels like it's an own little world, separated from the rest of the country. But I hope this morning, hearing the witnesses' strength and courage inspires meaningful action here. The biggest fear I have as a member of Congress, but also just really a mother in America, is that when Buffalo and Uvalde stops being in the headlines, everyone here will go on and do nothing. Other violent shootings never reach those national headlines, like the 4 shootings in the span of a week in the city of Ecorse in my district. With that in mind, I want to really talk about AR-15s. A few weeks ago in Buffalo, one person armed with an assault rifle carried out a racist act of terrorism in a historically Black community. As you may have heard my colleague from California, Congresswoman Porter, talk about how the shooter there, having to re-round or reload the gun, actually helped save lives because they have a ban on AR-15s in the state of California. So, Mr. Sepulveda, the gunmen in each of these kind of mass shootings use assault weapons to carry out their attacks, correct?
Correct.
In a span of 1 minute, how many people could a person kill with an AR-15?
I don't know the answer to that question, but the answer is with the right high-capacity magazine, these are designed to inflict the maximum amount of damage in that time.
In Buffalo, it was brought 2.5 minutes, something of that sort?
Correct.
How many people, 10?
Correct.
Those are the 10 that get killed. How many were injured?
2 more. 3 more.
And Ms. Everhart testified about the damage to those even that survive.
That's correct.
Talk about that, because I'm just thinking of the little 4th graders and 5th graders that survived the shooting and what is happening, of not only the trauma, but their livelihood of having that kind of trauma to your body.
Gun violence in America is deaths, it's injuries, and it's the community trauma that starts at the scene of these crimes and ripples out. And we too often don't talk about those that survive their wounds but have to live with them forever, and the family members who need to take care of them. We don't talk about the costs on society, that, loss of work, loss of mental well-being costs our society, not to mention those that aren't hit by a bullet but whose lives are forever changed.
So many of my friends who are in the military service and been trained to use AR-15s tell me that there's this big opposition to call them weapon of war, but they are, correct?
They're not only weapons of war, but they are literally designed and based on weapons in current use in the military, correct?
One of the things and if I may, Chairwoman, to enter from the New York Times article, the mass shootings were where stricter gun laws might have made a difference.
Without objection.
Even raising the minimum age, I have not thought about that. I was more focused on banning assault weapons, but as they went through, they said 4 gunmen were under the age of 21 that purchased their weapons legally. And they went on to say, the number of people that were killed. And it even goes on to talk about the use of so-called assault weapons or weapon of war, as some of my veterans in my community call them, that the easy access to them is even mind-boggling for those that serve our country, but even in some of these communities had no idea that's how accessible they are. That a lot of the parents don't even realize that this person was able to just go to the corner department store and get it. The American people don't realize how accessible these weapons of wars are.
The reason that the country currently requires you to be 21 to own a handgun is because the country came to understand the lethality of handguns and use in crime. The reason the country did not raise the age on long guns is because what comes to mind is the hunting rifle that you use, in a rural area that 18-year-olds are more than capable of learning to shoot on. These are AR-15s. These are designed for people with military training. And yes, in most places, you can walk in as an 18-year-old into a department store and buy one.
Thank you. Ms. Pringle, really quickly. I told you in tears, breaking down of friends I've known for a long time as teachers, buying literally ladders to bust the window down to be able to climb out of their classroom in situations like what we saw in Texas. What are you hearing from teachers other than that? Because I hear them talking about getting bulletproof vests for not only themselves, but
the
their...
gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Pringle may answer briefly.
I'm hearing from teachers all over this country that what's being asked of them to stand in the gaps to protect students is unacceptable, that they should not be the ones responsible for trying to protect them against assault weapons that are killing students in 2 minutes, 4 minutes. All of the students and the adults were killed in Columbine. We should not bear that burden. That is not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to teach our students.
Thank you. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is recognized. Mr. Norman?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Pringle, are you familiar with the NEA's section an end to policing in schools?
What are you referring to?
The provision that basically it's a call to action for police-free schools.
The NEA has not taken a position on police-free schools. What we have done is we have taken a position on ensuring that every student, everyone, has access to a quality education and that they attend a safe and supportive and nurturing environment in which every one of them can learn.
But as far as it relates to having police officers armed, does that make students safer at the schools, in your opinion, as being head of the NEA?
Having police officers armed?
Uh-huh.
I don't understand your question. You mean generally having police officers armed?
In schools, are children more safe if the resource officers and/or armed police are armed?
We have school resource officers in our schools where we work and engage in making sure that they have the training and the support that they need.
You're not answering my question.
So that they can engage with our students, social and emotional and
Okay, so
academic
you
learning.
do not agree that armed resource officers or police make children safer?
We believe that when you are in a school environment.
Okay, you're not going to answer the question.
I did answer the question.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Well, let me put it to you again, Ms. Pringle. Do you think trained school personnel who are trained and are permitted to carry concealed weapons are more of a threat to students, or would they keep our students safer? This will be the last question I ask you.
Our teachers throughout this country overwhelmingly reject the idea of arming teachers in our schools. More guns in schools mean more killings.
Okay, so no teacher with a concealed weapon, and I assume, since you didn't answer, no resource officer ought to have a gun. The only one that should have guns are the people that come in there to do harm, is basically what you're saying.
I did not say that. I didn't say that.
Well, I don't, well, you did not answer the question. Ms. Swearer, the International Journal of Policing Strategies and Management concluded that the presence of a school resource officer reduces the fear of crime among students. It increases increases the safety among the students. Is that a true statement?
I believe based on the evidence that it is.
There's no question about that, is it?
No, I believe the evidence is pretty unequivocal.
And if armed teachers or or really the police had gone in earlier, the carnage would not have been as great, correct?
I think especially when you look at the preventable blood loss and the ability to get first aid to students who spent 78 minutes not receiving that first aid, yes, that is incredibly important.
And you would think that arming teachers and administrators would have quicker responses to stopping school shooters, right?
It is certainly, obviously, we should look at ways of ensuring that we don't get to that point, but yes, when that point has been reached, the armed response and the quickness of that response is at that point the primary thing that matters in terms of saving lives.
Just like it's gotten to the point in this country under liberal administrations and the Democrats who want to disarm the police, we've got to have police officers in churches of all places who are armed, which is a sad day in this country. I want to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Clyde.
Thank you to my colleague from South Carolina. Mr. Swear, or Mrs. Swear, excuse me, Ms. Swear, Democrats have advocated for a gun buyback program like the one in Australia. Do you think this would work in the United States?
No, I think the research on the Australia ban has one of several things that has been greatly mischaracterized today. I think when you look at rates of gun violence generally dropped, but it did so in every developed country around the world during that time, including in the United States, even though our number of guns per capita almost doubled during that time. Additionally, when you look at mass shootings before that ban and after that ban, before the ban, they were very rare in Australia comparatively, especially compared to the United States. Those types of shootings were overwhelmingly not carried out by the types of weapons that were banned. And so there doesn't even seem to be some sort of logical connection, even if you're looking at, again, these very low, statistically low incidences.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes, is now recognized.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I want to acknowledge, as others have done, the powerful testimony that we heard from the first panel today. As we know, we've heard the statistic now many times today, each year more than 45,000 Americans are killed by guns, and nearly 10% of those killed are children, for whom gun violence is now the leading cause of death in the United States. Yet for nearly 25 years, until 2019, the strength of the gun lobby up here on Capitol Hill prohibited the CDC from conducting research on gun violence, effectively preventing us, the federal government, Congress, and others from treating gun violence as the public health crisis that it is. In addition to the human toll, gun violence is draining our public health system. According to GAO, gun violence costs the U.S. $1 billion per year in initial hospital costs alone. Medicaid and other public programs shoulder 60% of those costs. So we're paying for this violence. To meaningfully address the gun violence epidemic in our country, as we've been saying again and again, we must pass common sense reforms while also investing in evidence-based prevention strategies and working with communities to address the complex and systemic issues that drive gun violence. And when I say common sense, what I have in mind is many of the measures that we are going to have on the floor today as part of this legislative packet and tomorrow. Common sense to me means when you ask the average person out there in the country, including, by the way, the average law-abiding gun owner, does it make sense to do this? They say, absolutely it makes sense. They do not fear these measures because they know that overall it will create a more rational world and country for us to live in. And we've heard much about the Second Amendment. No one is here to try to upend or take away the Second Amendment rights. The First Amendment is also very important to us, and we know that there are some limitations that are placed there. We don't allow people to yell fire in a crowded theater. So as sacrosanct as these amendments are, we can put rational, common sense measures in place to achieve the right balance. Mr. Jackson, you're a gun violence survivor, as you so compellingly testified earlier, and you're an advocate for reform. Most recently, as I understand, you've been on the ground in Buffalo working to help the community recover from a horrific mass shooting that we saw there a few weeks ago. Can you describe what you've been seeing there in the weeks since the tragedy and what you know, based on your experience, is coming for that community in the weeks and months and years ahead in terms of dealing with this? And speak, if you could, to this sense of powerlessness that so many people feel when they look at Washington. This idea that please do something real that can make a difference, just something. Everyone knows this problem is too complicated to flip a switch on. You can't solve it overnight. But it's this sense of being powerless in the face of gun violence, which I think is so demoralizing to individuals, certainly to many members of Congress, and I'm sure to communities like Buffalo and others that are experiencing this pain. So if you could speak to that, I'd very much appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. You know, when I arrived to Buffalo, for folks who don't know a lot about the community, 80% of the African-American community is concentrated in one part of Buffalo. And when we got there, we saw instantly how far-reaching this trauma had impacted people throughout the community. The first vigil I went to, there was over 600 people there, torn apart. Every person you met was either a family member, a neighbor, a church member, went to school with someone, was coached by someone. Ms. Pearl Young was the first lady of her church. So you think about the generations that she touched. I met one young man who was the nephew of Hayward Patterson, who had 8 children and couldn't even bring them to the funeral because he didn't want them to be re-traumatized by what had happened. And when we talk about violence and its impact, yes, 10 people were impacted and killed. Yes, we know those families, but what we don't see is the trauma that ripples through the entire community. We had people literally on their knees crying. We had folks, senior citizens and walkers, coming to memorials in tears, individuals screaming at the sky in anger. And while there were hundreds of cameras, there were very little people there to help them. There were very little victim services, support services. There were very little people to provide trauma care for those who have been impacted. And what we're most concerned about now is, what does that ripple of trauma look like? We know violence is a disease, but now in Buffalo, we have an entire community, and I would argue the entire Black community across the country, who have been exposed to this disease. And I think it reinforces the extent of this public health crisis and why it's so urgent that we take a comprehensive public health approach to support those who have been directly impacted, as well as those who are impacted indirectly by this trauma.
The gentleman's time has
Thank you for your
expired. The
advocacy.
gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We have 4 children, a preschooler, a second grader, a 4th grader, and a 5th grader. I was heartbroken by what happened in Uvalde and in Buffalo, and I join all Americans in praying for these victims' families. But not just praying for the victims' families, but willing to come to the table to try to find meaningful solutions that can prevent this from happening again. After events like this occur, many lawmakers seek simple solutions to complicated issues. However, Congress must focus on the root cause of violence by prioritizing mental health and school safety resources, and by disincentivizing rising crime in cities. Now is the time to come together, to use and improve on the tools at our disposal and find new ways to ensure that this never happens again, rather than spend time on proposals that will not fix this problem and seeks to rob law-abiding citizens of their rights guaranteed by our Constitution. Ms. Swear, federal school safety grants and programs have become more plentiful and accessible over the past several years. Schoolsafety.gov, for example, is a central location where HHS, DOJ, DHS, and the Department of Education collect actionable safety recommendations for schools. The site also has a grants finder tool to help administrators navigate a growing collection of federal grant programs related to school safety. Speaking from your research and experience, are resources like this helpful for state and local educational agencies, and are they being utilized?
They are absolutely helpful. You know, again, we've talked about the benefits of all of these things at various times today. In terms of their underutilization, I do not have the data in front of me. I suspect the answer is it's being underutilized. I suspect that based on the continued problems that we do see. But I also know that plenty of schools are availing themselves of that. And I think that is of great benefit to the safety of their students and teachers and staff members.
Would you care to comment on ways in which we can encourage more participation, more utilization of these resources?
Well, first, I think the publicity of enabling schools to know that they are out there, but also of helping schools and school districts understand the importance of looking in these directions. Like even if you think you can magically snap your fingers and tens of millions of assault weapons will disappear tomorrow, and that will make a meaningful difference, the reality is you're still going to have threats in the meantime, because realistically, it's going to take decades for that to come out of circulation. You're still going to have the underlying problems. You're still going to have other weapons. In the meantime, this is still a viable option for those immediate threats. Even if you disagree with me on everything else related to gun control, this is still a viable option for the here and the now in the immediate context of protecting life.
What types of warning signs can be recognized in students who may consider carrying out acts of violence in schools, and how do federal grants help teachers, resource officers, administrators, and counselors identify students' mental health crises and prevent acts of violence?
Yeah, so a lot of these students, especially in a school shooting context, but just generally across the board for people who commit acts of mass public violence, they have long histories at that point of showing themselves to be a danger to themselves or others, either inflicting self-harm, harming animals, having suicidal tendencies, showing other concerning signs of violent behavior. I think you've seen the quintessential examples of this in Uvalde and in Parkland. When you look at the data on thwarted school shootings and thwarted mass public shootings, it's sort of like this chain link of prevention, right? Where you had people who were able to recognize those signs, say, hey, this is a concern, be able to take it to someone with the authority to do something, to intervene. It was taken seriously, and then there was a mechanism in place to intervene. And so, any sort of process that helps all of those links along that chain come together is important, because that is how you save lives. That is how you successfully intervene, because those options for intervention are so often and so clearly there.
Undoubtedly, you're right that there are ways to intervene, and we ought to encourage that and incentivize it and provide resources for it at the federal level. What are some ways that, just have a little bit of time left, what are some ways that technology can play a role in improving school safety?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by technology, whether you mean social media or
I mean social media, and I mean physical security on campus.
Sure. So some of it is just the physical security of being able to buzz people in and out and making sure that there is secure access and security cameras, and using best practices for physical safety, some of which involves the best practices for technology. But again, also we've referenced social media. I'm not a big tech expert, but certainly whatever it takes, that when these signs...
The gentleman's time has expired. Okay.
It's the same, finding the signs of danger wherever they come from, whether it's...
The gentlelady from California, Ms. Spires, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your leadership. I must say that this has been a very tough hearing to listen to. First of all, let me thank all the witnesses who are here, and the first panel in particular. I'm haunted by what Dr. Guerrero said, that he went into the emergency room and one of the dead children was decapitated. Think about that, decapitated. Commissioner, when you went into the Tops grocery store, I think we spend too much time sanitizing what assault weapons does to the body. Can you give us some descriptions of what you saw on the ground when you got to Tops?
I won't just get into that description, but I've been at numerous...
No, I want you to. I want us to hear it.
Yeah, I want to expand on that. I've been to numerous shootings throughout my career that were the result of high-powered rifles, assault rifles, and the cavernous holes that they leave in bodies. Decapitation is a pretty good explanation for it. Some people couldn't be buried with an open casket. Yeah, the damage was absolutely devastating, and not just in that one, but as I said, in other homicide scenes that I've been to, the devastation is just, it's incredible.
I'm a victim of gun violence. I know what it does to a body. And I cannot believe that my colleagues don't recognize that prohibiting the sale of an assault weapon until the age of 21 isn't going to save lives. It's the impulsive actions by 18-year-old, probably men, that have caused 30 people's lives just in the last month. And we are not supposed to be hardening schools. They're not supposed to be prisons. Ms. Pringle, let me ask you, in your conversations with the teachers in the 199 incidents of gun violence on school grounds just last year, and the more than 311,000 students since Columbine that have been victims of gun violence experience, what does that inform you? What do the teachers tell you?
I met with teachers from Sandy Hook and from Parkland, and students from Parkland, and when I was in Houston, in Texas. And what they said to me reflected what teachers all over this country are saying. And that is that the impact to the school community is forever.
Is forever.
It doesn't end, it's forever. And the idea of turning our schools into prisons, into places where they are not conducive to teaching and learning, that is not the solution to this problem. We all know what the solution to this problem is. It's comprehensive gun reform in this country. We know what it is. We are not supposed to be holding our students and our teachers responsible. We all heard Mr. Reyes crying from his bed in the hospital, saying, I didn't protect my students, I didn't protect my students. He should not be burdened with that. We are asking for Congress to do its job right now.
Mr. Jackson, you too are, thank you, Ms. Pringle. Mr. Jackson, you too are a victim of gun violence. Does that trauma ever leave you?
Not one day. Anytime you hear a loud sound, anytime you see an argument or a fight or even a movement of a crowd, I'm triggered over and over again. And I don't even need that. Every day we turn on the news and we see how prevalent violence is in our communities. You know, we say over 100,000 people have been shot or injured by gun violence, but I really think that's a low estimate. Because in my community alone, I know at least 8 people who have been directly impacted. And every morning I wake up, I have to apply ointment to my wound. I have to watch news that's a reminder of this crisis. And then I also have to listen to politicians in chambers like this make excuses about why they can't take action. All of that is triggering.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I would like to submit for the record this article that references that the young man in Uvalde who massacred 19 children and 2 teachers had $5,000 worth of guns and ammunitions, and he was working at an In-N-Out burger restaurant. And the question, Madam Chair, that we need to ask is, where did he get the money for that? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing I would like to take a moment to respond to my Republican colleague's comment that Democrats are using children as political props. These are the same tired arguments used by the gun lobby to prevent meaningful change after Sandy Hook, after Parkland. When victims and survivors speak up and demand change, the gun industry and its supporters in Congress question their motives. It's frankly shameful. Despite suffering unimaginable pain, our witnesses wanted to share their story. Even the young lady, they have dared to hope that their trauma and heartbreak could be turned into something good. They are pleading with us to do our jobs. All I'm asking my colleagues to do is open your hearts and listen, and I hope we still have enough humanity in this body to do this. We've been talking a lot about mass shootings, and I want to thank all the witnesses. I have long talked about the everyday gun violence that exists in our communities. The city of Chicago faces this every weekend, really every day. Over Memorial Weekend, 42 people were shot and 33 people were shot this past weekend. Tackling this issue will take community-based approaches. Mr. Jackson, thank you for sharing your story and the work we've done together. Your organization used community-based approaches to fight everyday gun violence through community intervention programs. Can you talk about the structural factors that drive gun violence in a community?
Yes, thank you. You know, we are big proponents for community-based violence intervention strategies because we know they can reduce the risk factors and address the root causes of violence. Over the course of the pandemic, we saw a 39% increase in homicides in the Black community. And that's not because there were less policing. That's not because sentencing wasn't harsh. That was because the other root causes of violence were intensified. When we look at the lack of access to safe spaces, economic inequality, housing instability, the reinforcement of poverty, all of those fuel violence. And then on top of that, we poured in this flood of guns into our communities. We talked about New York earlier. 84% of the guns in New York come from outside of the state. And that's what our communities are going through every single day. We're being flooded with firearms into the communities that are most vulnerable. And these community-based violence intervention strategies focus on victim services for those who have been impacted, supporting their families, providing therapeutic care for those traumatized, providing intervention tactics that work with folks in the hospitals to prevent them from retaliating. We know that 40% of the people who have been shot within 5 years will be shot again or killed without any form of intervention, and hospital-based violence intervention does this, as well as cognitive behavioral therapeutic programs that work with those who are most at risk, who maybe have had a violent history, and help them shift their lifestyle through therapeutic and behavioral changes. In certain communities, we've seen violence reduced by 60%, and I have a whole list of examples, which I can submit to the record, but we know these programs work. What we also know is that the federal government has not been investing in these efforts, and has not been funding these efforts that we know bring peace to our community, and that's why we've been working together to push such legislation.
And hopefully we can change that and get Stephen Horsford's and Senator Booker's legislation passed. Commissioner, you helped your community heal after the horrible mass shooting last month, or you're helping them to heal, but you also see the destruction recurring, gun violence in Buffalo. Can you talk about how your police department works with organizations to implement community violence intervention strategies?
I'm a strong believer in the violence interrupters strategy. We work very closely with them. They get out in the community. They can say and do things that we can't because they're credible messengers. We use them a lot in place of where police officers might go to handle a situation. They are also very helpful in getting guns turned in at times. But the problem we have is as my colleague over here, Mr. Jackson, said, the flood of guns that are coming into our communities, the ghost guns that are coming into our communities. And one of the scariest things I just heard the other day at a gun meeting in my department is that about a half a dozen ghost guns recently were firing fully automatic, not because they had a switch on them, because they were being modified and not modified properly, I guess, if that's a term to use for a ghost gun. But it's the flood of guns that are coming in. Where are they coming from? And we don't want to take guns away from law-abiding citizens. We want to stop the flow of guns coming in.
Well, I have a trafficking/short purchasing bill I'm going to run and talk about in a little bit, because representing Chicago, we have the same problem. And really quickly to Ms. Swearer, how do you explain the number of gun owners who support what we're trying to do, or the number of Americans that support, Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter, independents? But I was at a press conference yesterday, and a swarm, they had shirts on, of gun owners support gun safety. That's what we're talking about.
It's because it's not until you actually explain to them what existing laws are and how these laws fail to actually accomplish those goals. When you actually do that, those numbers drop repeatedly. And actually, I believe I saw it might have been the New York Times had an article precisely on this today. It's just because people don't understand what's being talked about when you reference an assault weapon or a universal background check. And so when that's explained to them, that number actually drops off considerably.
Well,
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
The head of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force is a gun owner. Val Demings is a gun owner. Many people on the task force, and they certainly know the legislation, and they're still pushing it. I yield back.
This gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. This has been a very robust discussion, very difficult issue, brings out a lot of emotion. I appreciate everything that you all are discussing and fighting for. have the opportunity to go first in questions, and I like to go towards the end because I like to listen to the debate, try to learn, listen to what other people say, and pick up some points that people make. And one of the points that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez made was that some of the guns, when we referenced the amount of gun violence in New York City, that a lot of those guns were coming from outside New York City. And I would say that's probably right. We have in Kentucky a fentanyl problem. I think just about every congressional district has a fentanyl problem. Our law enforcement tells us this fentanyl is coming across the border. And it's frustrating for us because we've had 100,000 deaths with fentanyl, and we believe that could be reduced by securing the border. But as I was thinking about that, I wonder if we ban certain types of weapons, Ms. Swear, I just wondering, I wonder if the Mexican drug cartel, who is profiting from all the illegals crossing into the United States, they're profiting from all the fentanyl and much of the crystal meth that's in the United States. I wonder if it's possible that they would get into the gun business.
Well, I think that might be the least of the worries at that point. I mean, you would still have 400 million plus privately owned firearms in this country. There would need to be some sort of coherent enforcement plan. Americans routinely do not turn in these weapons. I mean, you look at, I think it was New Jersey when they banned magazines capable of it's either 10 or 15 rounds. Nobody turned those in. Out of a million of them, nobody turned those in. The people who do turn them in, let's say we're even twice as successful as Australia. You still have 200 million guns in this country, most of them now in the hands of the lesser law-abiding segment of society who didn't bother to turn them in, who didn't turn in their assault weapons. You would just have, then we'd be holding hearings too about, who is this being enforced against? If I may be blunt, these laws are less likely to be enforced against white suburbia. We're now going to be having hearings about how they're being enforced against poor people of color, and that helps no one. I'm not going to get into speculations about drug cartels, but I will say we will have several other problems that would be primary.
What do you think, Ms. Swear, that we should do instead of passing gun control laws to make our community safer?
I think, again, as I've outlined, one of the first things you can do is focus on the mental health and the well-being of communities. I mean, things that help communities flourish, whether it's focusing on mental health, 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides. As Mr. Jackson noted, look, there are a lot of issues that are interrelated, is very seriously interrelated with violence and violent crime. Focusing on stemming those issues, whether it's access to safe spaces, whether it's mental health, whether it is educational and job opportunities, the things that make families and communities flourish are the things that reduce violent crime. And again, it does more than reduce violent crime because now we're talking about human flourishing on top of that.
Right. My friend Rokana also mentioned about violent criminals having guns, and our position is violent criminals should be in jail. I think that's the position of everyone on this side of the aisle. How can we empower our law enforcement professionals and our criminal justice system to bring violent criminals to justice and keep them off our streets?
Well, I think, I'm hesitant to actually blame law enforcement for a lot of those issues.
I'm not blaming law enforcement.
Right, I mean, at the end of the day, what happens to them afterwards that's out of the hands of law enforcement. That's local prosecution. That's, dealing with laws about the parameters of what those prosecutors can and can't do.
Right.
So I think it's more complex than that, and it's going to come down to what state or locality we're talking about where that problem might exist, but that is a major focus. Yes.
Very, very good. I agree. There's a trend in a lot of the cities where there's the most violence with guns. These cities have strict gun control laws already in the books that the criminals aren't abiding by, but they also have many prosecutors, including the one in San Francisco who was recalled last night, who have been very lax on criminals. I think the criminal justice system was created to try to help people that had been unfairly incarcerated for minor things like marijuana possession. I think there should bipartisan support for people who are in prison for little things like marijuana possession to be let go. I support that. But I think it's gone too far, and we have criminals now that are on the streets, and that's not good. In the name of COVID, a lot of prisoners in this town, Washington, D.C., were let out, and we've seen, a spike in crime. So I think that there are many points we need to consider moving forward. Obviously, and Madam Chair, I'm wrapping up, obviously, we need to invest in school security. We need to invest in resource officers. We need to have better trained school resource officers, and we need to share data on mental health issues and any potential threats with kids from social media and things like that. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, you are now recognized.
Thank you so much. History teaches us a lot of things. We've heard our educators and our community organizers, our law enforcement talk about the stagnant action of nothing. So we'll have someone like Ms. Swear come in and say that it's not the guns. The guns are not the problem. Keep them coming. Everybody has that right. And we move forward, then there's another shooting, but it's not the guns. You can't kill someone and shoot multiple rounds without a weapon. We own cars in America. In order to own a car in America, you first have to buy it and get a registration for it. In order for you to operate a car, you have to take a test and you have to follow laws. If you fail to do that, that car is taken from you. It's a car, it's not a gun. And we are still talking about background checks. We're still talking about, yes, we need to talk about mental illness. But what happens after we do all our prayers and best wishes, which I can say my colleagues on the other side are beautiful at prayers and best wishes, but never bring forth a bill that will address this crisis in America. It is unacceptable. We cry and we think about these babies. We heard the descriptions of these bodies where a person who was clearly unfit to own a gun walked in and legally purchased a gun at 18 and used that gun within hours to not only kill his family, shoot or injure his family, but others. It comes a point in a time when it's this deflect, don't do it, because if they pass one law, it's a slippery slope. I've heard it. Don't let them take away your guns. That's our right. When in America, when we have more guns than people, does the sickness of operating and owning a gun kicks in that we in America have a problem? I know for a fact, if you drive a car, you bought it, you have to put on a seatbelt. We don't care if it's uncomfortable. We don't care if you don't like it. You have to put that seatbelt on. And if you don't put that seatbelt on, we will take away, if you repeatedly do it, we'll take away your license to drive that car. First of all, we studied the deaths, and we found out how many people die in car crashes. And you know what? We said, we want to stop the deaths in car crashes. And look at all the innovation, airbags, seatbelts. We stepped up as America. And we keep talking about our faith in God and how we love people and equality. How can we say we love God when we take a gun and shoot and kill people, and if someone does it, you sit back and drop your head and say prayers and best wishes? It is time for us as America and this body to stand up and confront the fact that it's sick. It's sick to think that if I have a gun, nothing is going to happen to me and I become a gigantic figure. I had a member tell me that his 5-year-old wanted a pink gun for her birthday, 5-year-old. And he said, when you get old enough for your fingers to operate the gun, I'll buy you a gun. And he did. And he thought that was a good thing. And I'm sitting there saying, I would stand up in court and say you needed to go to jail. A 5-year-old with a gun. And the only purpose of a gun is to kill something. So you're giving a 5-year-old who is not mentally capable of making decisions a gun. That is sick. It's no way you can rationalize that. And you have homes throughout America, they have their gun in the back of the car, they're wearing open carry. It's like the Wild Wild West. We evolved as a country. We have all these technology and advancements, but we are literally going back to the Wild Wild West, where we stand up and we have a shoot down in the middle of the street, people die, and we just walk away and blow the smoke off the gun. It is unacceptable. And I know I'm supposed to be asking questions, but if I can just impact one person, and like my colleague said, there's a large number of Americans who say, can you just do something other than prayers and best wishes? If someone shot and killed your child, you would not be sitting here wanting to hear about my constitutional right to own a gun. Well, I'll give my prayers and best wishes for you. Because when you lose a child over gun violence, it's unacceptable. I yield back. My time is up.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses here today, especially our survivors, those who shared their pain, their grief, and their trauma. I really do look forward to a day where our families and our children like little Maya, will no longer have to relive their trauma simply to compel action. Because only in America do we normalize mass shootings and the trauma left behind. Now, when a partner loses a spouse, we ascribe the word widow or widower. When a child loses their parent, we use the word orphan. There is no word to describe a parent who has suffered the devastating sorrow of losing a child. The unimaginable pain, grief, and trauma of burying your own baby. It just goes against the natural order of things. And with gun violence now the leading cause of death for children in society, now we're searching for a word for what do we call a surviving parent who has been robbed of their child due to a massacre. Only in America. So whether it is our babies learning in Uvalde, our elders grocery shopping in Buffalo, or neighbors in my district, the Massachusetts 7th, whose experience don't always make national headlines, but do deserve just as much attention, it is long past time to treat gun violence as the public health crisis that it is. We must do something about these damn guns. And yet, predictably, some are resorting to deflection and distractions, touting failed policies that do more harm than good, like arming teachers and militarizing police in our schools. Ms. Pringle, very eloquently earlier today, you said we need resources, not revolvers, in our schools. But yet we've spent $1 billion over the last 2 decades to grow our school police. Ms. Pringle, in your experience, does adding more police to schools end mass shootings, yes or no?
No.
I completely agree with you. And so do the majority of experts that have studied the impacts of police in schools. Chairwoman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter the following documents into the record. 2015 study titled Preventing School Violence, Assessing Armed Guardians, School Policy and Context. 2019 report titled Cops and No Counselors. And a series of letters from the Federal School Discipline and Climate Group and more than 500 community-based organizations on the need to end the mass policing of our students and instead invest in trauma-informed services that make our schools and children safe.
Without objection.
Since Columbine, our country has approached the problem of school shootings by funding school police. $1 billion, thousands of school police officers, when 90% of our students can't access a school nurse, a social worker, or a guidance counselor. And more than 2 decades later, we find ourselves in the same spot as before, only in America. So instead of contributing to safety, the data shows that police in schools can have the opposite effect and actually result in making many students feel less secure. Ms. Pringle, what have you heard from educators and students about police in schools, especially from students who are Black, brown, LGBTQ, or disabled?
Our teachers, and in fact, all of our educators, are focused on making sure that they create a safe, welcoming environment for every single student. We know that our Black and brown and indigenous students are disproportionately impacted by the inequities in every single social system in this country.
Ms. Pringle, I'm sorry, I'm going to reclaim my time because I'm losing it here.
Go
I
ahead.
apologize. Just yes or no, outside of more police, some have recommended arming teachers, hardening our schools, and even constructing schools so that they only have one door. Is this a good idea?
It's turning our schools into prisons. That's never a good idea.
Thank you. This is not an issue of the architecture of our schools. It's about the foundation of our country and whether we care about our people, our children, more than guns. Every single life robbed by gun violence mattered. The 87-year-old at Bible study, the 27-year-old walking down the street, the 7-year-old learning to read, all had lives to live and dreams to achieve. Only in America do we consider arming teachers while failing to pay them a livable wage. Only in America do survivors have to go and start GoFundMe pages to afford mental health and trauma supports. Only in America do we expect survivors who have barely buried their loved ones to make the case for policymakers to save lives. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown, is now recognized via Zoom.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for holding this hearing. I would also like to thank the witnesses for coming, and in particular, the witnesses on the first panel whose stories were simply gut-wrenching. In 2020, guns were the leading cause of death in children. Out of the 45,000 firearm-related deaths in 2020, more than 4,300 of these were children. Many more have been injured or traumatized by gun violence. Sitting here, it is hard not to feel angry that we allow so many children to be killed by guns. Now, let me be abundantly clear. My job is not to take away guns. I myself am a licensed gun owner. My job is to keep our communities safe. Our national obsession with guns is killing thousands of kids each year. Every one of those kids deserve to grow up and live a full life. We cannot sit idly by and do nothing as guns are used to kill our children and fellow Americans. So my first question is for Mr. Romali. How does a red flag law work before you begin?
A red flag law is designed that if there is some sort of a threat that is alleged, a threat to harm yourself or others, that is brought forward to law enforcement or another profession can bring that to a court. That is the due process of a judicial process where a judge will examine the evidence that was brought forward, will look to see what the circumstances are, and a judge will make a determination whether or not a weapon or weapons are to be seized, and that's for a determinate amount of time to be reviewed after a set amount of time, where then that individual who had their weapons taken can come back in again and make a claim to get their weapons back.
Thank you so much. Mr. Saplina, why are we seeing an increase in child deaths due to guns?
Well, the short answer is that we're not doing anything. We are seeing an increase in child deaths because we don't have the laws in place that we've been discussing this morning and this afternoon. We have not enacted child access prevention laws at the federal level that could protect children both from unintentional access, or rather unauthorized access, and child suicide. The reasons go on, and children are dying in homicide in this country. They're dying by suicide. They're dying by unintentional deaths, and we have not addressed that. In the states that have, we see better outcomes, and I want to emphasize that because we gloss over it so much. In the states that are enacting these laws, even though their efficacy is lessened by the influx of firearms from other states, we are seeing lower mortality rates among children and the general population.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, for you, we have heard your testimony today about kids who have been traumatized by the horrors carried out in Uvalde and communities that look like yours and mine. Can you share with us the impacts of gun violence on child survivors as well as their friends and family members?
Yeah, I mean, what we have to realize is that they have a lifetime of trauma that they have to live with. And we know that one of the biggest indicators of whether someone will become a future victim or even an offender of violence is had they been exposed to that trauma. And what's most terrifying for me is in both of these communities and communities all over the country, we're forgetting about victims and their trauma. We're not providing the services and support for them or their families. And there are people in Buffalo right now that have been abandoned by our government and just asked to deal with that trauma. So a huge thing that we can do now is fight for resources for community-led violence intervention and prevention strategies that includes therapeutic and trauma care for those who have been directly impacted.
Thank you so much. I think we've all heard far too many stories of gun violence. Again, I personally have been impacted by losing the lives of three young men who are part of my youth ministry that did not live to see the age of 21. This has to stop. Enough is enough. We have the tools to make a difference for families across this country. And if we can just come together and find the political will, the compassion, and the courage, and the capacity to just do it. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush, is now recognized.
St. Louis, and I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for convening this hearing. In St. Louis, we know the devastation and the trauma of daily gun violence in our community. It's the drumbeat of violence where 6 people were killed and 14 shot within one weekend, and in one part of our community where the population is only a little over 300,000, and it's not considered an anomaly. It's the daily occurrence of trauma and heartbreak in a community reeling from a nation who's unwilling to act but can. So many people in our community have been directly harmed by gun violence, and everybody in our community has been traumatized in some way. Since the massacre of 19 students and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, we have heard a lot of stories, a lot of theories about how best to protect students and how best to protect teachers. At best, these suggestions are absurd distractions, and at worst, they will further harm the very communities in need of our help the most. Communities like mine, communities like Buffalo and Uvalde, Black communities, Latino communities, AAPI communities, our schools, our churches, the list goes on. And we need to address the incidence of gun violence in this country, not with carceral interventionist solutions, but with a public health approach that's rooted in prevention. Mr. Jackson, briefly, what specific strategies has your organization employed to address the gun violence crisis in communities of color? Just briefly.
Really briefly, victim services and support for families, hospital-based violence intervention and prevention strategies, cognitive behavioral therapy programs like Ready Chicago, Advanced Peace, that work with those who are most at risk, creating safe passage for youth as they're coming home. And that's actually a short list of some of the evidence-based models that we know can save lives. And we're fighting for that. You know, cities all over the country are investing their resources. We know that community leaders all over the country, thousands of these organizations are fighting to save lives, but yet we're stuck with scraps when it comes to federal resources.
Evidence-based models that save lives. We need to pass out the pamphlet on what you're doing. I am a survivor of gun violence. I've sat with parents who lost their children to gun violence. I've heard from students who sat next to me and talked to me about how they lost friends and they lost classmates, and they don't cry, they don't even feel anything anymore, all due to gun violence. Our children want action, but the strategies that I get to hear too often from my fellow colleagues and some on this committee will call for the hardening of schools and for placing armed staff and police officers in academic environments. And it tears me down, because I think about as a child when we had fire drills and tornado drills, and they taught us, you know, crouch down and cover your head. And I remember we would have these routine drills, and I really believed that a tornado was going to come, because they made us do this. I believed that a fire drill was coming. It can happen because our school is making us do this. And now they have these active shooter drills. What are we doing? I think about my nephew. I think about my son's safety at school. It's always on my mind as this unrelenting concern about not only their physical safety, but also the emotional toll that they endure through this run, hide, fight reality every single day. So, President Pringle, how has the daily reality of militarized schools and active shooter drills affected our students in these times of extreme gun violence?
We have seen evidence of increased trauma-related illnesses, physical illnesses, as well as our students reporting to us that they are afraid to come to school, that they don't want to go to a grocery store because the violence is in their communities too. We have heard from our teachers that they are leaving our profession because they don't believe that they can protect our students. But they're not stopping. We see our students rising up, don't we? They're demanding that this country protect them and pass gun laws that are common sense, where most Americans agree we should be passing. That's what our students are demanding, that's what our teachers are demanding, and that's what we'll continue to fight for.
Thank you. You know, 81% of those convicted on gun possession charges in my community in the Eastern District of Missouri are Black. And it tears me up when we talk about saving lives. How do we talk about saving lives, but we arm people to be able to take lives, and we arm them easily, and we arm them from the standpoint of it's my right. What about life? Mr. Jackson, in our efforts to save lives and prevent further harm, why is it important for lawmakers to consider the impact of gun control laws and how they affect Black and brown communities?
The gentlelady's time has expired. You may answer the question briefly, Mr. Jackson.
Because this is life or death for us. You know, this is now the #1 cause of death for Black men and the #2 cause of death for Black women and Latino men. And while this may be a political topic for Congress, this is life or death for our communities. You know, I've been nearly shot 5 times, despite going to church, like the member said before, despite saying the Pledge of Allegiance every day in school. Gun violence surrounds us every single day, and we're dropping like flies. And we don't need more carceral strategies. What we need are real investments in our communities, real investments in prevention strategies that we know work, and we need someone to stand up against the flood of firearms that are pouring into our communities. Guns don't grow on trees. We are not creating these guns. They are being flooded into our communities, and the gun industry is profiting off of our death every single day.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And I also want to thank all of our witnesses who have been here with us for much of the day. I think it's clear, there's no doubt that we have a gun violence crisis in our country. As a matter of fact, there have been more mass shootings this year than there have been days in the year, because there's one almost every day, and every time you pick up the paper or watch television. In addition, there's a steady drumbeat of gun violence daily, with an average of 124 people losing their lives to gun violence every day. In 2020, more than 45,000 people were killed by gun violence, the highest number in our history. The lives lost by homicide, suicide, and other gun-related injuries occur hourly, and the crushing impact of these losses expands exponentially to their loved ones and their communities. Given that gun violence is a public health problem, I am preparing to reintroduce my bill to create a dedicated funding stream for gun violence prevention. You know, an ounce of prevention, I was told, is worth much more than a pound of cure. No comparable developed nation has nearly the number of gun deaths as we do. To reduce gun violence, we need stable revenue to research it and combat it. When we talk of all the aspects of gun violence. I live in inner city America with one of the largest populations of low-income people that you find in a city in America. That is the city of Chicago. We call it the Windy City. And of course, it's a city where local elected officials have been making every effort that they could to reduce gun violence. You cannot purchase legally a handgun in the city of Chicago. Yet, handguns are flowing into our city like water flows into a river. And that's because we know that no matter how hard we try, we can't do the job that we need to do unless there is federal action. Federal. You can walk across the street into another area and purchase all the weapons that you want and manage to sneak them back into Chicago. When we talk about the trauma of gun violence, mine does not come from reading the papers or watching it. My grandson, when he was 15 years old, was killed in a little scrap with a group of kids, and they didn't even really dislike each other. They had a little group who would swap clothes. Let me wear your gym shoes tomorrow, and you wear my jacket. Let me wear your hairpiece. But they got into a little scrap, and one of the young people had a gun. And of course, another one hollered, "Shoot!" And he shot. It was the most chilling telephone call I've ever gotten from a police commander who called and said, I think I got some bad news. The trauma of that experience has wrecked his family. As a matter of fact, shortly after that, my son, his father, just kind of gave up, passed away. My granddaughter has been traumatized, and their whole family is disrupted. And so if we're going to be real in terms of what we need federal gun legislation that limits the number of guns that exist in our country. There's no reason we can't do that. We can, we should, and we must. And I thank you, Madam Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. DeSalle, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for this hearing. Thank you to the panelists, and in particular, thank you to the first panelist. For all of us who have lost family members to gun violence, how this can continue to happen in this country is extraordinary. And it's just so depressing. And we hear the same arguments every time this happens, unfortunately. So now we have some history. Coming from a state that, according to Giffords, remember Gabby Giffords, many of us, her friend, a state, California, for years, we've worked at this on evidence-based research on policy that can save lives and stop these things from happening. So let's just look at the numbers. If you're in California, we can't stop these things from happening, and it's not that we have some kind of unique wisdom to this, but we have relied on investments in evidence-based research. And what that shows is kids are almost 60% statistically less likely to be victims of gun violence in California. Adults, all people in California are 35% less likely, statistically, not less likely, 35% less likely to be victims of gun violence, 25% less likely to be involved in a mass murder. We can do this. The problem in California is that accepting the fact that these things are going to happen, but what we're trying to do is prevent them as best we can, rather than just accepting that it's a fait accompli that somehow this is going to happen, for whatever the reasons are. And of course, we have our own suspicions about what motivates people to let this continue to happen. But one of our problems is 25% of the guns that are used in crime in California come from outside of California. So we need national standards. We will continue to do what we can do in jurisdictions that support evidence-based research, that treats this as a public health epidemic that it is. So, Mr. Spallina, to this point, the work that you do, in my area, in the Bay Area, we have a long history, and we're doing this again. And what we call it is not here. We're just examining the evidence-based research that you and others, Gifford, CDC does so well at national comparisons and at the state level. But we're trying to bring it to the local level. And if we have things that we're preempted about, we'll go to our elected officials at the federal level, state level, and to court if we have to. And by the way, all these laws have been in place, and they're more stringent than the ones we are considering, and they're constitutional. The courts have decided they're constitutional. So in that context, Mr. Spallini, tell us a little bit about your experience in evidence-based research and the causality and the outcomes. There are thousands of lives that have been saved by these policies. What does your work inform you to that point?
Well, Congressman, precisely that when you look at all 50 states based on their strength of gun laws and look at their rate of gun deaths, there's a direct correlation between strength of gun laws and lower rates of gun deaths. It's just statistically correlated, and it is a fact. And California, which does have some of the best gun laws in the country, also has some of the lowest rates of gun violence. Not enough, there's always more to do, but I actually really appreciate the way you have framed it, because we are talking about, in a nation that does have hundreds of millions of firearms in it, we are going to continue to have incidents of firearm violence in a nation that has that many guns. But we can also do sensible things, as California has been a leader on, to reduce firearms deaths. And it just bears out in the data. You can look at it. You cited some of it, and there is more that we can be doing. I believe the programs that Mr. Jackson has been referencing throughout the afternoon are a place where, California is also led, but more can be done. And I believe that the next level of our intervention here really has to be with the industry, because in California, what has happened, the industry's innovated around your laws. They've created ghost guns, which are turning up in crime scenes at record rates in California, more than any other place in the country. And they're designing around other laws. So it's time to take a look at the industry. I think California may be ready to do that, and doing so will save lives.
That's why we have to stay on it, but evidence-based research can save lives. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this valuable hearing. If you look at the statistics, gun violence turns out to be a woman's issue. And what do these statistics show? Nearly 1 million women who are alive today have been shot or shot at by an intimate partner. And an average of 70 women are shot and killed each month by an intimate partner. Mr. Jackson, in your experience, is domestic violence a major factor in gun violence?
Yes, it is a huge factor, and it's also a huge reason why we're fighting for people-centered strategies to research the root causes of such violence and incidents. Right now, there's the Protect Black Women and Girls Act that we're strong proponents of to address the 100,000 Black women and girls that go missing or are murdered every single year.
Mr. Jackson, I know that you have advocated for both community violence intervention and supply-side efforts to reduce the number of guns in circulation. How would reducing the supply of guns reduce domestic violence deaths in particular?
There have been multiple studies done, which I can supply to the record, that have shown the presence of a gun greatly increases the risk of violence against someone in the home. And when we think about gun violence and how it's terrorizing our community, and it being the #2 cause of death for Black women, we need to do all we can to address this violence beyond simple policing strategies.
Thank you. Commissioner Gramaglia, in your experience, do firearms in the home heighten the risk of injury or death in a domestic dispute?
Well, I will say that we don't typically, on an annual basis, have very many domestic homicides in our community, but when you have an illegal gun in the home, it certainly does increase the risk of harm to everybody in the house.
Mr. Soplana, what effort did the coronavirus pandemic have on gun-related domestic violence?
Well, to step back for a second, the presence of a gun in the home increases the risk of homicide by 2 times, the risk of suicide by 3 times, and the risk that a domestic violence incident will become fatal by 5 times, just to lay that out for you. During the COVID-19 and the response and the lockdowns, we have real reason to be concerned that domestic violence increased even while being underreported. I don't have statistics in front of me on how domestic gun violence increased during that time period, but we know that it is a tragic form of gun violence that we often really do not hear about. In fact, many mass shootings, both ones you've heard about and ones you haven't heard about, start with an act of domestic violence, either earlier in time or directly in relation to the incident, as we've recently seen.
Mr. Soplana, currently federal law prohibits spouses with a history of domestic abuse from possessing a gun. But the so-called boyfriend loophole allows abusive dating partners, like abusive boyfriends and girlfriends, to have access. Could you explain how this boyfriend loophole works and what we could do about it?
Well, what we have to do about it is close it. There's really no reason why in 2022 we shouldn't give protection to intimate, where there's incidents of domestic violence, that we shouldn't also remove firearms where a couple is not in a married relationship. So there are efforts, as you know, in the House to close that loophole, and doing so would be very effective at reducing domestic violence deaths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I ask unanimous consent that Representative Sheila Jackson Lee be allowed to participate without objection, so ordered. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is now recognized.
Madam Chair, I thank you and the chairman and all members for their generosity in yielding to me at this time. I wanted to be very sure to be in this committee meeting today. I've just come off the floor of the House. To all of you as witnesses, we are now debating the Protect Our Kids Act. I want to acknowledge Zanetta, Everhart, Dr. Guerrero, Maya, Felix, and Kimberly Rubio, and the previous witness, Ms. Hughes. To the witnesses that are here, I want to acknowledge you, and as well to acknowledge Mayor Adams for his presence here. My time is short, and so I'll be asking very pointed questions. To Mr. Soplina, I hope I pronounced it correctly. You said 2021 was the deadliest year. We are now close to that in 2022, yes or no?
We are on pace, correct.
The bill that I've introduced, the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Act, among others that are in the Protect Our Kids Act, which I'll comment on, specifically deals with the requirement of point of sale for storage devices. In the instance of Kimberly Vaughn, the son stole guns from an unlocked, unsafe area, which I think goes to suicides and other uses of homicide. Is a safe storage issue an important issue as it relates to bringing down gun violence?
It is such an important issue, Congresswoman. It's important for safety in the home. It's important to keep young kids away from firearms. It's important to reduce youth suicide. It's important to reduce school shootings because guns often start in the home and are accessed when they're not safely secured. There's just no overstating the importance of child access protection laws and other secure storage laws, as well as all programs that really encourage responsible gun storage.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, let me express my concern, but also your heroic recovery should be touted and recognized. You had a very important statistics. The #1 killer of African-American men is by premature death is by guns, second for Latinos, and second for Black women. You also have already mentioned the cycle of violence. How much of a disparity and impact in our minority communities is this gun usage and gun victimization and gun death? I have two other persons I want to raise a question with, so bear with me as you make a very brief answer to that. And I thank you and salute your recovery.
No, thank you, and I'll be very brief, but we've seen the largest increase of homicides since the start of the pandemic in the Black community, a 39% increase, as well as it already being 80% of homicides coming from Black or brown communities. And we're in a world now where a Black man is at a greater risk of being shot and killed than a police officer. And that shouldn't be a reality for anyone.
So protecting our kids, dealing with the prohibitive magazines, raising the age limit, getting rid of ghost guns, because I've seen some of the folk on the street with the ghost guns, stopping trafficking, which when you have a city, they want to tout a city like Chicago, gun violence, but all the states around them have no laws. Would all that be part of helping to bring down the carnage?
That would be a huge help. And we need that comprehensive strategy to be applied everywhere. We saw with every other health crisis that we didn't just say, oh, let's work on this one community. How do we make our entire country safer? And that's what we expect to see here.
Thank you. Commissioner, I believe in the Constitution, and in the Constitution is the Bill of Rights, and the Second Amendment is there. I, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, have no reason, no intent to take away the Second Amendment rights. You have guns, you hunt, you're a responsible gun owner. Speak to me, and I've got one other person, so I guess I'm going to be in trouble, about the fact on the assault weapons ban, there are more weapons in that potential bill that are allowed, automatic weapons, than those who are not. So can you speak to the fairness of an assault weapons ban and a potential 7-day waiting period?
An assault weapon ban to me is a no-brainer. Those weapons are made for one thing, and that's to kill people, and it's to kill a lot of people at one time. It's seen the damage caused by them, and I just can't see any other purpose for them.
Would a 7-day waiting period help as well on automatic weapons?
It's a start. It's a start if that weapon is not banned. It prevents someone from getting something right away.
May I, to Ms. Pringle, indicate in the state of Texas, we've been waiving, not we, the solution has been armed teachers. Armed teachers. Can you give me a sense of arming the teachers, those precious teachers that were shot and died, and then ones that were shot and lived? Can you?
Gentlelady's time has expired, but Ms. Pringle can answer briefly.
I appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Putting the responsibility on teachers to carry guns to protect our students is not only irrational, it is unfair, and we know what we need in this country, and you just described it. It is that comprehensive, common sense gun laws, all of them working in collaboration, not arming teachers and putting that responsibility on them and causing more harm and damage to the people who have dedicated their lives to educating America's students. That is not okay. We know what we need to do. We need to do it now.
I thank the
Ladies, time
chairman
has
and the ranking member.
expired.
I yield back.
Thank you.
I thank the witnesses.
Before we close, I want to thank all of our panelists for incredible and meaningful testimony. It is tremendously important for Congress's work. I want to thank each and every one of you for your time, your knowledge, your commitment. Before we close, I want to offer the ranking member an opportunity to offer any closing remarks he may have. Ranking Member Comer, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank the witnesses for being here. This was a meaningful conversation, discussion. That's what this committee's supposed to do, and I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair, and again, thank you for your time. And when you look at this issue, like any issue in Congress, we need to focus on where we can have compromise, because obviously the two parties have very differing ideologies, not just on the Second Amendment, but just about every major issue in America. But there is consensus to protect our school children. We all want that. I have 3 kids in the public schools. My mom was a school teacher, public school teacher. We need to, I think, when you look at the areas where there's consensus to act now, do something now, they are to harden our schools, to invest in better infrastructure. We had a school shooting in Marshall County, Kentucky a few years ago, and there was overwhelming support, bipartisan support to harden those schools. You have to go through 2 doors now in just about every school in the state, elementary, middle, and high school, to be buzzed in through those doors to go in. We need to invest in more school resource officers, and we need to better train those school resource officers. I think we saw that in Uvalde. The officer there obviously wasn't trained very well in that situation. Another idea that I think is common sense where there's compromise is something my friend Ro Khanna mentioned with respect to social media companies. We need to have some type of alert with these social media companies. Anytime a user posts anything about school violence, somehow that needs to get to the hands of the authorities. Somehow we need to have some type of communication between the school resource officers, law enforcement, whomever, and the social media companies. That's a responsibility of the social media companies, in my opinion, that they could do better on. We need to stop the defund the police movement, and that's been an effort by some of our friends on the left. That's been an utter failure. Crime is on the increase in all types of crime. We need to stop that. And lastly, we need to ensure that we have prosecutors who are tough on crime, because that's been a problem in the name of COVID and everything else with so many criminals that have been let out early release. It's just not working. We're seeing that in the data, especially in the inner cities. So I think there are areas where we can come together and compromise, and I hope that we can work together in a bipartisan way to better protect our public school children. Madam Chair, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Today, we heard firsthand accounts of the devastation that gun violence epidemic inflicts on American communities and families. To our witnesses who shared their personal stories of pain and loss, thank you for your bravery. We also heard from a local government leader, from a gun safety advocate, a community activist, from an educator, and from a law enforcement officer. They spoke with one voice, calling on Congress to end this epidemic of gun violence. Let me emphasize that our nation's police, the men and women sworn to protect our communities, are pleading with Congress to pass meaningful gun safety laws. And I am proud to say that today the House of Representatives heard their call and is approving common sense gun safety legislation supported by a strong majority of Americans. This is an important first step towards protecting our children, and I hope that the Senate will pass this legislation without delay. But the fight does not end here. The gun lobby still has a powerful hold over many of my Republican colleagues, and they are opposing simple steps to save lives, like banning assault weapons, simply because it might hurt the industry's bottom line. It is time to hold this industry accountable for the suffering and death it has caused, including the death of Lexi Rubio, her teachers and classmates. 2 weeks ago, I wrote to the nation's largest gun makers, including those who sold the assault rifles used in the massacres in Buffalo and Texas. We wanted to get to the bottom of how much these companies are profiting from selling weapons of war and how they are marketing these weapons to civilians. Over the last few days, the committee has received information from these companies that is troubling. It is clear they are reaping enormous profits from assault weapons that are used in mass shootings of innocent people. This hearing is not the end of our investigation. In the coming days, we will continue to gather information and issue findings. I also intend to hold a second hearing to hear directly from the gun industry so they can explain to the American people why they continue to sell the weapons of choice for mass murderers. The fight to protect our children from gun violence is far from over, but based on the bravery and determination our witnesses displayed today, I am confident it is a fight we can and will win. Again, I thank you all for your commitment, for your time, for your testimony today. I yield back. Whoops. Before I close, I want to thank again everyone and I commend all my colleagues. And with that, without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. And we're going to the floor to vote for gun safety.
Into this hearing, which seeks to explore ways to make the Technology Modernization Fund more effective and helpful to agencies in need of modernized IT. Before we begin the hearing, the chair recognizes the distinguished majority leader for a statement. Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Chairman, first, I very much appreciate your allowing me to participate in this hearing. But as I was reading my testimony this morning in my office, I wanted to make a statement because it's the first public hearing I've been to since the tragedy in Uvalde. Sandy Hook, 20 children lost their lives and 6 adults. In Parkland, multiple teens lost their lives as well as teachers. In Uvalde, 19 children and 2 adults. Chris Murphy, Mr. Chairman, on the Senate floor yesterday pleaded with his colleagues to work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely. We all know we can't pass laws to make it impossible or never happen again. But certainly we have a responsibility to the people of this country, to our constituents, the children, the parents, whether they lose their lives in a grocery store in the state of New York or in a small town not too far from San Antonio. They deserve our attention and response to try to the extent we can prevent things happening like this. How many more times will our Senate Republican colleagues express outrage at horrific shootings like the one today in Uvalde, Texas, and then sadly block meaningful bipartisan background check legislation supported by 9 out of 10 Americans? And most responsible gun owners support that legislation as well. How many more times? How many senseless, tragic deaths must occur until we abandon moments of silence and substitute life-saving action? How many children will we lose to high-capacity guns and hate and evil mass killers before we act? Mr. Chairman, we need to be the agents of God to answer the prayers of the grieving. Prayers are important. I believe in prayer. But I also believe that God's work here on earth, as John Kennedy said, must be our own. Because God works through us. We who have been given great responsibility and authority by our neighbors and been elected to Congress must respond, as I said, to those grieving now in Texas and who grieved in New York, who grieved in Parkland, who grieved in Sandy Hook, and who grieved in too many countless incidents like the one we have sadly seen yesterday. We need to see an America that does not have more mass killings than any other nation. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say that because we ought to not allow anybody to think that we have not forgotten and focused on these tragedies, and that we will respond. And that, as Chris Murphy, Senator Murphy, who represents Parkland, pleaded, he was not actually on bended knee, but he said he would be on bended knee, plead for responsible action. Prayers and moment of silence are appropriate, but they are not enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the distinguished majority leader, and I join him in his thoughts and sentiments. I recall I was chairman of Fairfax County when the Virginia Tech massacre occurred. And at that point, that was the largest gun massacre in American history. Unfortunately, it no longer holds that record. And the next week, in my county, we buried 6 young people. And I still am in touch with the families of the victims. And we try to make meaning out of this horror. We tried to turn the terrible sorrow into productive action. But the loss is irredeemable. There is no replacement for that loss, even with action and advocacy. At some point, the madness must end in America, and action must be taken. My daughter is in Australia. I talked to her last night about this massacre in Texas, and Australia had a string of massacres as well. But they did something we have not done, which was to take action. And they have seen a plummet in gun violence and deaths by gun and mass shootings in Australia. There is efficacy in action. There is continued madness in inaction. I thank the distinguished majority leader for joining us this morning. Our parliamentarians tell me that we need to make sure you're legit this morning, even though I think you are. So without objection, we reaffirm what we already did, which is to waive the distinguished majority leader onto the subcommittee for the purpose of participation this morning. Without objection, it is so ordered. And I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Legacy IT systems, systems that are outdated or unsupported, plague our federal agencies. These systems prevent the federal government from effectively providing small businesses the financial and technical support they need. They hamper the ability of veterans to access their benefits and delay the Internal Revenue Service from getting millions of Americans their tax refunds. Each year, the federal government spends more than $100 billion on information technology and cyber-related investments. Unfortunately, 80% of that funding is dedicated just to maintaining aging systems. These relic IT systems present exorbitant maintenance costs, vulnerable cybersecurity postures, and unacceptable encounters for customers seeking assistance from federal agencies. Increasingly, many of them use language that is no longer taught in technology courses and campuses around the United States. Years of Inspector General and Government Accountability Office reports find that many federal agency IT modernization projects are at risk of failure, cost overruns, schedule slippages, and sometimes they lack disciplined and effective management and program oversight and governance. So Congress is faced with aging federal IT across the government and a suspect track record on projects designed to modernize that IT. That is why in 2017, I worked with my Republican counterparts to establish the Technology Modernization Fund, a fund engineered to reimagine and transform the way federal agencies invest in modern, nimble technology. We sought to reimagine how government could and should deliver services to the American people. The TMF offers agencies an opportunity to secure a consistent and flexible funding stream, enabling once impossible multi-year investments in sweeping, complex, and transformative IT projects. The TMF is designed to provide agencies assistance in their modernization efforts. Quote, at every stage of the proposal development process, from initial concept development to final award, unquote, providing technical, acquisition, and financial assistance and oversight throughout project execution. This subcommittee is the locus of IT oversight in the United States Congress. And today we seek to make sure that the tool Congress created 5 years ago to assist agencies to build systems that deliver vital government services is in fact working. Additionally, it's roughly 1 year since we secured a historic $1 billion investment in the TMF. Today, we want to check and make sure that TMF's leadership is seizing on that opportunity to restore trust in government by making federal IT systems work for customers. We must guarantee that the TMF enables quicker, more secure, and more efficient service delivery to individuals, families, and businesses. Since the Technology Modernization Fund's inception, the program has funded 23 projects across 14 federal agencies. Out of those 23, only 2 experienced schedule delays, and not a single project resulted in a cost overrun. For example, after the Department of Labor digitized its labor certification process, the agency was able to issue 176% more agricultural labor certifications and 109% more non-agricultural labor certifications, allowing small businesses to hire essential temporary employees to meet the demands of the market throughout the pandemic. In addition, these investments built IT that facilitated immediate digital access to those certifications so that farmers and other employers could avoid costly trips they formerly had to take to sign and mail documents. If properly planned for and scoped, all TMF investments share this promise of reducing costs, improving security, and facilitating better engagements with the individuals who rely on us. Monday's announcement of a $9.1 million TMF award to the National Archives and Records Administration is another example of the promise of this technology. That funding comes after months of bipartisan oversight work to reduce a years-long backlog of paper-based records that veterans need to demonstrate their eligibility for disability, pension, and other benefits. In fact, Mr. Heiss, our ranking member, and I worked together sending a letter with many of our colleagues that made the National Archives aware of this opportunity for funding. I look forward to continued oversight in that award and to make sure NARA gets this right and that our veterans receive the services they've so richly earned. Mr. Washington, a witness here today and Chief CIO of the Department of Agriculture, also received a TMF investment on Monday for supply chain risk response. I look forward to hearing more about that project from him later in the hearing. Congratulations, Mr. Washington, on what marks the 4th TMF project you've secured for your agency. TMF is one tool that agencies can use to fund IT modernization outside of the annual appropriation process. And the program is proving incredibly successful, so successful, in fact, that demand is wildly outpacing resources. As we will hear from our witnesses today, the Board has received 130 proposals from 60 agencies and agency components, totaling more than $2.5 billion. Agencies want to get it right, and Congress ought to provide them with the resources and support to help them because it's an investment with a payoff. As part of our oversight work today, we also want to examine ways to improve the operations of the TMF. Want to hear more from GSA about how it will prioritize which projects to fund and how they determine the repayment requirements for each of those projects. We also have heard concerns from agencies and other stakeholders that TMF can sometimes be slow to examine and fund proposals, causing delays for critical projects. If you look at the screen, there we go. You will see a bar graph of TMF appropriations and funding allocation. The two-tone bar with the diagonal line shows that despite an influx of funding and a year's worth of time, the fund still has $756 million yet to be awarded. We know that administrators have made efforts to expand the workforce and support teams, but we're still hearing frustrations about the length of time it takes to get TMF funding to agency recipients. Because of these delays, Congress did not provide the TMF with additional funding in the 2022 Omnibus Appropriations Bill, pointing to that money still not obligated or spent. During this hearing, I hope to better understand how we can improve the funding application process and streamline it, and what additional resources and authorities the TMF Board and Program Management Office might need to help that along. I'm proud to have played a part in securing a revolutionary $1 billion investment in the TMF through the American Rescue Plan in March of last year. I also support President Biden's 2023 budget request for an additional $300 million. These investments will not be enough over time, given the heavy demand that we face. I know that everyone on the dais is interested and committed to ensuring that we have a 21st century federal government that's fully equipped with up-to-date IT that is secure on behalf of our constituents. And I intend to press Congress and federal agencies to keep doing just that. With that, I recognize Mr. Biggs sitting in for the distinguished ranking member for his opening statement. Mr. Biggs. I think you're in mute, Mr. Biggs. There you go.
I was, and that was my best statement.
And let the record show I did try to make sure you were made aware of the fact that you were mute.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Connolly. Thanks for holding this hearing. I hope you'll allow me just a brief moment, as you did to the Majority Leader and yourself, take with regard to a matter that is not on our agenda today, and that's with the shooting that took place yesterday in Uvalde. In my mind, it's more than a tragedy. This is the result of a violent, evil person with malice in his heart and who reportedly wanted to kill his own family members. This is something that we all look at with horror. We all look at it with self-reflection. We all look at it with measured thoughts and ideas. I would hope that I'm not hearing people try to politicize this thing at this point. That debate can take place at a more appropriate time and a more appropriate location and in a different setting, perhaps a different hearing. But nonetheless, we deal with this. Our thoughts and prayers do go out to those who are harmed. Our gratitude goes to the first responders who went in and charged and attacked, trying to save lives. These are things that happen that need to be resolved. And no one likes them. We all abhor them, and we all condemn them. And I hope that instead of politicizing this, we actually raise our tone and our dialogue to look at the societal causes that may perpetuate these types of evil acts. And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to move now to talk about the Government Technology Act and the subject of today's hearing. The original purpose or the intention of this looks like it was that the TMF fund modernization projects, create savings, and that agencies use those savings to pay the TMF back so that additional projects could get funded. And if agencies want to fund other types of projects, that they move through the appropriations process. So what we see is OMB sometimes looks like they're taking a completely different direction from the initial intention here. The Modernizing Government Technology Act, the legislation that created the TMF, attempts to address three problems. One, many federal information technology systems are outdated. Two, there's insufficient progress modernizing them. And three, the federal budget process is ill-suited to the rapid change of IT needs and technological solutions. Last month's subcommittee hearing on the IRS gave two prime examples of how these problems persist. The IRS is still using a paper-based system to process certain tax returns, which has led to unacceptable delays that have harmed millions of taxpayers. In addition, we've heard discussion of the IRS's Customer Account Data Engine project, which began in 1999 and has experienced numerous delays and still has no end in sight. The TMF was heralded as a step forward for IT modernization. It set up an alternative to the existing federal budget process to allow specific focus on and for responsiveness to IT modernization needs. In concept, the TMF was set up to be an efficient cycle. It would fund projects to retire aging systems, which are expensive to operate and maintain. And then the savings realized by those agencies by retiring those systems would be used to reimburse the TMF and allow for additional IT modernization projects. But that does not seem to be happening. A small number of project awards have been made, and of those, it is unclear whether any have documented savings at all. It is also unclear whether IT modernization, as it pertains to retiring legacy systems, is a primary focus of the TMF today, and it ought to be. Committee Republicans were pleased to see the recent announcement that TMF funding would go towards the National Archives and Records Administration effort to digitize veterans' records. That equates to retiring a legacy paper-based system. But while the law does give latitude in the projects eligible for funding, recent awards exhibit a focus on other priorities such as customer experience and cybersecurity. It's not that those projects are not important, but they do point to a shift away from the savings-based model intended in the law. In addition, the MGT statute required agencies to reimburse TMF awards at a rate adequate to maintain solvency of the TMF. It also required a fee to cover operations expenses of the TMF. But in its May 2021 guidance regarding the funds provided for the TMF and the American Rescue Plan, OMB announced it would relax reimbursement requirements, requiring partial or even minimal repayments. Not only did reimbursement requirements facilitate additional IT projects, they also required agencies to carefully consider the projects they submitted for TMF dollars. By reducing reimbursements on a widespread basis, these benefits will be lost. For this subcommittee to perform oversight, we need access to the written agreements between agencies and the Technology Modernization Board to include reimbursement requirements, schedules, and status. In fact, these agreements should be publicly available. Taken together, the lack of savings, reduced reimbursements, and the types of project awards point to a TMF that is altogether different from what the law intended and what the law requires. This subcommittee needs to understand whether the Biden administration intends for the TMF to be a slush fund for IT priorities. We also need to understand why the TMF model has not worked well up to this point, or if it is even viable for making a significant impact on federal IT modernization needs. Are reimbursements being required, and if so, are agencies making their payments fully and timely? Mr. Chairman, thank you for calling this hearing. I think it's an important topic, and I look forward to further discussion today and the testimony of our witnesses, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. The Chair now happily recognizes his distinguished majority leader for any statement he may wish to make. Mr. Hoyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say at the outset, I agree with many of the things that Mr. Biggs has said, and I think it shows that we need to think about this in a thoughtful way and a way that was intended and is still intended to operate. And I want to congratulate Chairman Connolly for his leadership on this issue. This is not a sexy issue. We don't have thousands of press people here covering this. No television is covering this. Because it's sort of like, do we need to fix the roof this year or wait 2 or 3 years to do it? But it is a critically important and substantive issue, I think, as Mr. Biggs pointed out and agrees with, for us to get the kind of modernization speed and resources that we need to make sure that we are not undermined by our technology, but served by our technology. So I thank you very much, and I thank Ms. Young and Mr. Washington and Mr. Hinchman for being here with us. 5 years ago, Democrats and Republicans came together to enact the Modernizing Government Technology Act. That legislation included a bill I had introduced and worked on with then-President Obama that first proposed the Technology Modernization Fund. It was a model from the private sector, from then-Federal CIO Chief Information Officer Tony Scott, who had used it successfully at Microsoft. So this is not a government solution. This was a solution that was brought to us from one of the most successful companies in the world to be applied so that we could stay current with our technology. It represented a new way to create urgency, expertise, and funding to modern federal technology. Republicans were in the majority then, and I commend them for working with me, with the administration, with the late Chairman Elijah Cummings, with Chairman Connolly, with Representatives Kelly and Khanna, with other Democrats to get it done. We worked closely with Leader McCarthy. The leader and I were partners in this effort, Mr. Connolly, as you will recall, because we both worked with you. And of course, we worked with Representative Chaffetz, and of course, very importantly, Congressman Hurd. Congressman Hurd played a particularly important role in pursuing this important issue, and I was pleased to work with him on it. That's how Congress ought to be, both parties working together to get things done. As I said, I think the ranking member or the representative of the ranking member gave a thoughtful statement on what some of the challenges are, what some of the problems are, and what we ought to be doing. We all recognize the importance of upgrading outdated technology systems across the federal government. We understood that federal agencies cannot effectively serve the American people using 20th century technology, period. Such systems are costly, break down often, and are more vulnerable to cyber threats from Russia and from other adversaries. So this is a national security issue as well as it is an efficiency issue. The Technology Modernization Fund that our legislation authorized was designed to be effective at funding big, systemic upgrades, not just small fixes. Now, 5 years later, that fund is up and running, capitalized with more than $1 billion that is already being put to use for the purpose it was intended. The fund has already supported, as has been pointed out, 23 projects at 14 different federal agencies. These include upgrading the technology at the southwest border, rolling out zero trust cybersecurity at numerous agencies, migrating numerous systems to the cloud, and digitizing veterans' records. However, 60 agencies have applied with proposals for over 130 projects, which would require more than $2.5 billion in funding. We cannot afford, as a nation, as a government, to ignore this need for greater cybersecurity, greater efficiency, and greater ability to deliver for the people. I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, that this subcommittee remains focused on addressing the technology modernization needs of our government. I am not surprised that Congressman Connolly is in the leadership of this effort. He has run a very large, complex government in our country, and as a result understands how critically important this is to serving the people, to saving dollars, and to making sure that we're secure. As you look today at the work of the Technology Modernization Fund, I hope you will ask two critical questions. First, how can we improve on its work through oversight, guidance, and perhaps targeted reforms that could help the fund be as effective and successful as possible? I think that's what Mr. Biggs was referring to, and certainly Congressman Connolly has been in the leadership of attempting to do. Secondly, how can we ensure that it has the capitalization it requires to fulfill its mission of upgrading critical systems across our whole government and not just a handful of agencies? I am an appropriator. I served on the Appropriations Committee for 23 years. I understand the concern that appropriators have about having annual appropriations so they can apply oversight to the use of the taxpayer's dollar. Having said that, however, what we have found is the appropriation process is too slow to respond in a way that we need to respond. And if the private sector responded as slowly as we did, they too would be out of date with their technology. That was the whole purpose that the Obama administration, Mr. Scott, proposed. When we first proposed the fund in 2016, then federal CIO Tony Scott, as I just said, told us that he thought it needed at least $3 billion to upgrade the most critical systems across the government. At that level, he was confident we could recoup significant future cost savings and then revolve to continue supporting modernization projects across the federal government. And then revolve. This was intended to be, and continues, I think, to be, a revolving fund where you have a corpus, a capital that is available for immediate drawdown, and through the appropriation process over time, be reimbursed from the agency that used it, so that it would always be available with a significant corpus of funds for investment in the short term, which would be funded in the longer term. That may sound like a lot of money, $3 billion, and it is. By the way, the Biden administration in its first budget to the Congress asked for $9 billion, which would have been the kind of trust fund that you would have needed that could revolve and be replenished. For context, though, the federal government is estimated to spend roughly $90 billion per year on technology, 10 times the figure asked for, and 90 times what has been given. Much of that, however, is spent maintaining the status quo. That $90 billion, maintaining the status quo. I was the chairman, Mr. Chairman, of the Treasury Postal Subcommittee Appropriations Committee when we put billions of dollars into IRS modernization, and we didn't get it right. This is designed to try to get it right. We were fortunate to get $1 billion, as the chairman has pointed out. I've talked about the appropriation process. In conclusion, I would hope we can explore ways to capitalize the fund fully, as intended, through annual appropriations and possibly future direct appropriations, like we did in the American Rescue Plan, Mr. Chairman. And you were in the leadership of that, and I thank you very much for that. Or potentially new funding models like agency contributions for shared services. I look forward to hearing the testimony of the witnesses here today, especially TMF Executive Director Raylene Young from the General Services Administration. I want to thank GSA Administrator Robin Carnahan for her focus on this issue. I've talked to her on the phone, as I think Ms. Young knows, and in person in my office about the importance of this project and her focus on this project. We are advantaged by the fact that we have a GSA administrator who understands the importance of this modernization effort. I hope this subcommittee will continue to shine a light and keep a watchful eye on the critical work of the fund and join the chorus of voices urging an increase in its capitalization in fiscal year 2023 and beyond. This is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of whether or not we're going to be able to serve the people in the 21st century with a government that is transparent, efficient, and has cost savings built into it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to thank the Majority Leader. Gosh, you're a regular participant in this subcommittee's work, and I think we need to make you an honorary, permanently waived member, despite what the parliamentarian says. But I really do thank you for it because, you know, it's interesting. If a website goes down with an important program, it is headline news. Mm-hmm. If there's a major data breach in the federal government, headline news. But God forbid there be a single member of the press at a hearing to discuss legislation and programs designed to avert that. I know the attention span is limited in Washington, But it does say volumes about the lack of detailed interest in trying to actually come to bipartisan solutions to make things work. And IT has to work. And as you indicated, Mr. Hoyer, this subcommittee has a long history of bipartisanship. I mean, Darrell Issa and I wrote FATARA 6, 7 years ago now. You know, Mr. Hurd collaborated with myself and Robin Kelly on all kinds of things. Mr. Meadows and I collaborated on FedRAMP and all kinds of IT solutions legislatively. And Mr. Heiss has worked with us as the ranking member now of the subcommittee and a number of IT initiatives as well. And, you know, it can be done. And as you said, Mr. Hoyer, this is not a partisan issue, and it must never become one, or we're lost. So this is definitely common ground with full of promise. And I thank you so much for your leadership, and especially for getting it about the Technology Modernization Fund. As you will recall, not once but twice, it was zeroed out. And we had a fight, and with your leadership, we were successful in restoring $1 billion. But it would have been zero, which I think would have been catastrophic as we move forward in a pandemic and in the post-pandemic world to try to recover. So your leadership means so much, and thank you so much for being here today. I'd now like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness for today is the Chief Information Officer of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Mr. Gary Washington. Our next witness will be the Acting Director of Information Technology and Cybersecurity for GAO, Mr. David Hinchman. And finally, we will have the Executive Director of the Technology Modernization Fund, about which we've been talking, Ms. Raylene Young, or Young. And the witnesses, if you would all stand and raise your right hand. It is our practice to swear in witnesses before this committee and subcommittee. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you so much. Without objection, your full written statements will be made a part of the record. With that, Mr. Washington, you're recognized for 5 minutes of testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Conley, Ranking Member Heiss, and the members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to update you today on the United States Department of Agriculture's use of the Technology Modernization Fund. I would also like to thank you for your ongoing support and commitment to improve information technology management and funding across the federal government. The U.S. Department of Agriculture touches the lives of every American through its mission to provide leadership on agriculture, food, natural resources, rural infrastructure, nutrition, and related issues through fact-based, data-driven, and customer-focused decisions. It is critical that we have the technology infrastructure to support all of these efforts. Central to that goal is focusing on enterprise-based approaches to management and decision-making and the cost savings and efficiencies that result. With a workforce of about 100,000 employees managing a $200 billion per year budget, USDA works to ensure it's a modern and efficient organization that delivers programs with integrity and efficiency. It also does this through cohesive and strategic decisions and implementation of programs to minimize siloed approaches. The USDA annual IT budget has been $2.5 billion to $2.8 billion over the last 3 years, with a projection of over $3 billion for fiscal year '24. As we continue to meet the complex day-to-day requirements, work to strengthen our cybersecurity needed to address new and emerging threats to the department's systems and customer information, as well as respond to unfunded tasks such as those covered under Executive Order 14028, which include the implementation of zero trust requirements. We rely on other sources such as the TMF to continue with our IT mission requirements and mandates. This has allowed us to plan and implement critical efforts such as our capital planning, enterprise architecture, data analytics, and geospatial efforts, which have been underfunded. OCIO has worked to increase the consistency in the IT functions and services of the department, which has resulted in the consolidation of end user and data center services for the department. USDA has been a recipient of 4 TMF investments, and we are appreciative of the opportunity to talk about them today. The Farmers.gov project, awarded in 2018 for $10 million, was intended to update and modernize the conservation, financial assistance, and payment operations at the Farm Service Agency and National Resources Conservation Service to improve the services through Portal. The scope of the project was updated in August 2020 after the agency determined that additional process re-engineering would be required prior to further development of technology solution for common enrollment processes for the 2 agencies. So $6 million of the investment money was returned to the TMF. While the project developed tools to help reduce manual data entry and develop a proof of concept for the system, the project was closed out prior to the implementation in May 2021 because we found the project not ready for further development, as we first needed to harmonize policies and data and affect process changes prior to applying the technology. The repayment is in process, and the final 2 repayment transfers are on track to be paid to GSA for $1.9 million will occur in fiscal year 22 and 23 respectively. The infrastructure optimization watershed, $1,000, enabled farm production conservation to complete the migration of its enterprise watershed program application to commercial cloud, complete its authority to operate, and release the application to production on time. The cloud migration enables more effectiveness response for local communities to respond to natural disaster strikes, such as those from flooding and soil erosion. The tools enable a more rapid processing and declaration of a local watershed emergency, and thus accelerate government response and reduce the response time of federal government and watershed driven by floods, fires, and windstorms. Repayment for this project has been completed. The Specialty Crops System Modernization Project was awarded in 2019 for $8 million and is intended to accelerate the modernization of agricultural marketing research service, billing, inspection, and certificate generation, and processes that support the inspections of 10.7 billion pounds of processed fruit and vegetable products and 49.9 billion pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables. USDA was recently informed of a supply chain risk management project, and we look forward to speaking to about any further investment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Unbelievable. You had 2 more seconds. Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Washington. Mr. Hinchman, you're recognized for your 5 minutes of testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Connolly, Congressman Biggs, Majority Leader Hoyer, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting GAO to discuss our work reviewing the Technology Modernization Fund, also known as the TMF. The federal government now spends over $1 billion annually on IT and cyber investments, and about 80% of that money is used to maintain increasingly costly and aging legacy IT systems. The TMF represents a unique funding approach to improve, retire, or replace these burdensome systems, while also providing agencies with a non-traditional funding source to address emergent cyber needs. To that end, the fund has awarded 23 projects with over $400 million, including this week's awards to the Department of Agriculture and the National Archives. In making these awards, the TMF has provided assistance to agencies that are addressing IT challenges ranging from outdated email systems to infrastructure modernization to state-of-the-art cybersecurity deployments. When the MGT Act created the TMF, it established a requirement that GAO review the fund every 2 years. GAO published our first review in 2019 and our second in December 2021. Today, I would like to briefly summarize the findings of our reports, including the recommendations we made to improve the quality of agency proposals and improve the administration of the fund. In our latest report, we noted that the scope of the TMF has evolved over time. As originally envisioned, the fund targeted improving the efficiency and effectiveness of federal IT systems, especially the aging legacy systems that I previously mentioned. But with last year's $1 billion appropriation from the American Rescue Plan Act, the TMF broadened its focus to prioritize projects that address immediate cybersecurity gaps, improve the public's access to services, and modernize agency assets. We also reported that in addition to its change in focus, the TMF changed its award reimbursement requirements. For awards made through August 2021, a full reimbursement of the award amount was required. However, beginning with awards made in September 2021, the fund allowed agencies to apply for either partial or minimal reimbursement of their awards. Our reporting has also detailed concerns about the quality of agency proposals and whether these proposals have adequately captured their planned scopes of work. To apply for a TMF award, agencies are required to submit cost estimates, and we are required to review those estimates based on cost estimating best practices. To date, we have reviewed the 11 awards made through August 2021. However, our analysis of the 11 awards found that 10 of the cost estimates were not reliable. Further analysis of these 11 awards found that 9 of the 11 projects had not yet realized any of their planned cost savings, and a number of these projects decreased their scope post-award. Although changes to IT projects can be expected, it is concerning to see such significant changes to the awarded project's original plans. This calls into question the extent to which agencies have thoroughly planned and mapped out their objectives prior to applying for TMF funding. Our findings raise important questions about the proposal process and whether agencies are submitting realistic and achievable plans. Since our most recent report, the TMF has made an additional 12 awards, totaling more than $340 million. The increased amount of the fund's latest awards highlights the importance of basing award decisions on thorough and complete proposal information. To help address these challenges, we believe that GSA should implement our recommendation to provide detailed guidance to agencies on how to complete their cost estimates. We also encourage the stakeholders in the TMF proposal review process to increase their scrutiny of agency proposals and work together to ensure the award recipients will deliver the greatest possible value. In summary, with a current balance of about $750 million available in the fund, it is critical that OMB and GSA continue to work with agencies to improve the quality of TMF proposals in order to get the most return on future investment. By continuing to strengthen agency applications and by ensuring that these proposals adequately capture planned scope and cost, OMB and GSA can better position TMF as a valuable tool for addressing critical IT, cyber, and modernization needs across the federal government. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, and 29 seconds to go. You're a pro. Thank you, Mr. Hinchman. And Ms. Young, I understand this is your first hearing ever to testify, so we promise to approach you gingerly and make it a positive experience. Welcome.
Chairman Connolly, Ranking Member Heiss, Congressman Biggs, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity today to testify on the Technology Modernization Fund, an innovative investment program that plays a key role in transforming the way we deliver simple, seamless, and secure services to the American people. My name is Raylene Young, and I serve as the Executive Director of the TMF Program Management Office at the General Services Administration. I'd like to thank the committee for your vision and continued support for the TMF, and to acknowledge the TMF Board, the Office of Management Budget, and its Office of the Federal Chief Information Officer, as well as the Chief Information Officer community for being our partners in this exciting and important work. Getting technology right is critical to securing our nation, delivering public services, and building trust with the American people. It's more important than ever to invest smartly and nimbly in modernization, and to make sure our technology actually works the way we need it to. Unfortunately, it has been difficult to successfully modernize federal technology at scale. Many teams are managing outdated legacy systems and may lack the tools and expertise to respond to unexpected demands, or to course correct if things go wrong. To address this, the TMF was specifically designed to overcome many of these institutional challenges that can cause modernization efforts to fail. First of all, TMF investments go far beyond just funding. We act as strategic partners, working with agencies side by side to provide support and subject matter expertise in areas ranging from cybersecurity to procurement. In addition, every investment is reviewed carefully quarterly by the TMF Board to keep projects on track. Secondly, we take an agile, incremental approach so that we can deliver at the speed of need. Every investment is tied to the completion of specific milestones. This shows us key results at every step of the way, rather than just all at the end, improving the overall success rate of projects. As our administrator at GSA says, we want to see demos, not just memos. Finally, the TMF has a broad view of technology needs across the federal government. This is crucial for seeing similarities across proposals, uncovering what's working best, and connecting agencies to shared resources, and for achieving economies of scale for taxpayers. And our approach is already delivering results. For example, in 2019, an investment helped the Department of Labor convert an outdated, paper-based certification process to a digital one, saving nearly $2 million a year and eliminating user pain points, especially for farmers and employers who previously had to sign and mail documents. This certification helps ensure the integrity of temporary work visa programs by requiring information on worker recruitment and other components that help protect both U.S. and foreign workers. This investment also doubled the number of certifications the department can now issue each day, crucial for supporting our farm work, trade crafts, and hospitality industries. I'm happy to talk about our more recent projects as well, such as the investment we announced just this week to help veterans and many others get quicker online access to records that were previously paper-based and stuck in large backlogs. Last year, the TMF received $1 billion from the American Rescue Plan, and we saw huge demand, with over 130 proposals from 60 agencies and components totaling over $2.5 billion. The investments we've already made represent the administration's strong commitment to both bolstering security and improving the public's interactions with government. Among other things, these investments will help protect the data of 100 million students and borrowers, enhance the security of hundreds of facilities, and streamline how millions of veterans can securely access their benefits. We aim to allocate the remaining ARP funds this year, and we're collaborating and aligning across government to maximize our impact, whether we're building cybersecurity systems that assume zero trust or making smart upgrades to improve the customer experience. Thank you for the time today to share more about the TMF, a critical long-term approach for ensuring that our federal government successfully uses technology to deliver for people every day. The President's 2023 budget request for $300 million builds on this success. We ask for your support for this request to continue delivering the experience that taxpayers expect and deserve in the 21st century. Thank you for the time today.
Are you sure this is your first? You had 3 seconds left. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the testimony. Chair, now we're going to go into a round of questioning, and Chair recognizes the distinguished Congresswoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for her 5 minutes of questioning. Welcome, Congresswoman Norton.
Well, I thank my distinguished friend for recognizing me. I noted, Mr. Henchman, that a GAO report calculated that the top 10 most critical federal IT legacy systems in need of modernization cost around $337 million per year collectively to maintain. And that's a staggering figure for just 10 IT systems. Mr. Henchman, why are these systems so expensive?
Congresswoman, we do have a sensitive version of that report that I could discuss in greater detail behind closed doors. However, those systems generally stated tend to be significant information systems that conduct mission-critical activities for the various agencies. Those 10 systems are spread across, I believe, 8 or 9 agencies. Forgive me for not knowing that number exactly. And I could describe in greater detail behind closed doors about what those specific systems do and why they cost so much.
I appreciate getting that briefing. Last year, Jason Gray, who is the Chief Information Officer of the Department of Education, testified before this subcommittee. He shared that his workforce formerly had to wait 20 minutes every morning for their laptops to boot up. After a massive IT infrastructure modernization effort they cut the average boot up time to less than 1 minute. He testified that the purchase was, and I'm quoting, a return on investment of more than 1,500 hours of previously lost productivity per day. In addition, the agency's cloud storage consolidation project resulted in more than $20 million in savings over a 5-year period. Mr. Washington, your agency secured technology modernization fund investments in a few projects, including the farmers.gov portal. Did the farmers.gov project reduce financial or time costs to taxpayers? And if so, how?
Congresswoman, farmers.gov did cut funding, cut costs for the American taxpayer and time. How so? By the fact that farmers contacted USDA and wanted to have a more modern experience online and have the option of going to the service centers, visiting service centers, or engaging USDA through a digital experience. And we provided that opportunity for them. Now farmers have an opportunity to go online versus going to the service center to get information about the Farm Service Agency and other agencies within the Department of Agriculture and make transactions with the Farm Production and Conservation Service online, improving their experience and giving them some time efficiencies as well.
Ms. Young, can you briefly discuss other technology modernization fund projects that reduced or avoided government spending?
Absolutely. So we've actually covered a few examples today, but I'll go into some more detail. So one really exciting investment is the recent one we've announced in the National Archives, where they will be taking a very costly paper-based process that has led to millions of veterans waiting to get their records and access benefits they deserve, and moving all of that into an online system. I actually do want to speak to one other dimension of not just cost savings to the federal government or even to the agency that takes on the TMF investment, but the fact that we also look at reducing costs to other groups. So using that example of the NARA investment, we see a cost saving in time and cost for the other agencies that also request records from NARA, and to the end, the regular people, the veterans themselves, that were spending time and energy mailing and waiting for these paper-based forms to be processed. So I just want to share that I think something that's really unique to look at our TMF investments is that cost savings can come in many different ways. Another great example I'll share is see, we're out of time. Our investment in login.gov has will enable the Department of Veteran Affairs to greatly streamline the way they enable veterans to access their benefits. And early estimates show that the savings that the VA will save after completing this consolidation will number in the hundreds of millions of dollars, which alone would pay off the investment in login.gov from the TMF.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, for his 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for taking time to be with us today. As data management continues to be driven by technological advancements, we should ensure our government is keeping pace with necessary changes and improvements. The Technology Modernization Fund, or the TMF, was enacted, as we know, in 2017. The initiative to bolster agency efficiency and cybersecurity. However, we're 4.5 years after it was signed into law. I think it's time we conducted proper oversight on the fund itself and ensure we monitor how effective the TMF has been toward modernizing IT systems. Ms. Young, according to a 2019 report by the Government Accountability Office, the TMF Program Management Office did not provide written guidance for developing the cost estimates in a manner consistent with the federal requirements outlined. in GAO's best practices. I was outlining GAO's best practices and we didn't get the guidance. Since that report was issued, what change or improvement has the TMF board made to increase transparency and provide clear, accurate reporting?
Thank you for the question. And just want to start by saying we greatly appreciate the support that the GAO provides through their reporting and helping the TMF improve and become a better program. So to answer that specific question, the GAO issues some really amazing guides on cost estimation and savings and that help agencies provide better estimates. Since that report came out, we not only kind of read and digested all the results very carefully, but we've made a number of improvements to the way that we communicate with our agencies and the public. So specifically, we now provide written guidance on our website and in every kickoff kind of email and package that we send to new investments that points directly to GAO's detailed 12-step guide to cost estimation. We also remind agencies of this guidance and meet with them quarterly to hear the latest on cost savings and cost reduction, and are excited to kind of see the results of those improvements in the coming months.
So basically, you'd be able to provide a report of how this is, how the changes have impacted positively, what's happening within the agencies?
So I will acknowledge that many of our investments are still early, so the work is just beginning in many cases, but I'd be happy to follow up with you and your staff offline to share whatever information we can that might be helpful.
Okay, I appreciate that. We've talked a lot about the veterans' access to records, the NPRC, and our office has been pushing for 2 years to get the process streamlined and have the accountability and the speed, eliminating the backlog for the NPRC so our veterans can get the service they've earned and deserve. The General Service Administration recently announced funding from the TMF would be used to modernize its record keeping and document access systems. Will there be additional lags in the records backlog while this new system is implemented?
I would definitely like to, refer to the colleagues at the National Archives to speak to the detailed specifics of their projects, given that we are just kicking off the investment this week. That said, I will say the backlog is a problem that, as you mentioned, has existed for multiple years, and the focus of the TMF investment is on bringing online this new process that will be much more efficient and have a much better experience for veterans.
I appreciate that because I know we had a meeting on that before and some different things. I know they brought up some issues they had with records that were destroyed in a fire, and that fire took place many years ago. I'm just hopeful that they'll be more responsive and make sure that that they don't create any more of a backlog as we implement these things. I thank you and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I've also experienced some of that backlog because of that fire you referenced, holding up medals and other awards for veterans who have earned them. So I thank you for bringing that to our attention in this hearing. Chair now recognizes the distinguished, extraordinary gentleman from Massachusetts, the chairman of the Subcommittee on National Security, Mr. Lynch. Welcome, Mr. Lynch.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you once again for holding this hearing. I do want to say at the outset that I associate myself with your remarks at the beginning of this hearing regarding the massacre in Uvalde, Texas. And I don't think it is politics when legislators like ourselves discuss ways to protect the people that we represent and the people of our country. So I don't think you were being political in any respect. It is our collective responsibility, I think, to debate those laws and consider ways that we might prevent what happened yesterday from ever happening again. So I'll leave that alone. So Ms. Young or any of the other witnesses, I know that we were fully engaged in the Log4j vulnerability. I know that seems like 10 years ago, but it was so pervasive and affected so many of our systems, and that code vulnerability was, again, so widespread. I just was wondering if either the fund or I know that CISA had engaged in a public-private effort to patch that vulnerability and to move forward. And I was just wondering how, if any of you have been involved in that effort, and if you could report on the progress that we have made.
I'm actually happy to also refer to my colleague, CIO Washington, in case there's something specific at an agency that may be more applicable. But I would love to share a bit about cybersecurity and how the TMF thinks about it. Cybersecurity is a top priority for the fund. We're lucky to have some cybersecurity experts such as Chris DeRusha, the Federal Chief Information Security Officer, and Matt Hartman, the Deputy Executive Assistant Director at CISA of Cybersecurity, that serve on our board. And so we regularly are engaging with the latest cybersecurity priorities and thinking about how to support the agencies that we invest in. We also have a working group of subject matter experts in cybersecurity that are ensuring that the latest guidance and priorities are being factored into everything that we do. So just want to emphasize.
Ms. Young, yes. Ms. Young, if you don't have anything that's responsive to my question, then I'd rather not burn my time, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I appreciate the landscape assessment, but that's not what I asked. We had a very serious vulnerability, and I was just wondering if we had cleaned that up. And it doesn't sound like there's any witnesses that could speak to that. So let me ask you, it's the general assessment, and I chair that subcommittee on national security. There's some thoughts that Russia has not really retaliated against us with the full force of their cyber forces, and there's some concern that their zero-day vulnerabilities are so serious that they don't feel they need to deploy them yet, but that they hold them in reserve. Is there any sense within your groups that may be the case?
Steve, were you directing that to any particular witness?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay,
all
right.
Yeah.
Mr. Hinchman, why don't you start?
Sure. Thank you. GAO tends to come in after the fact, Congressman. We tend to be requested by Congress to review incidents after they happen. We recently did a report.
Yeah. So why don't we speak to Log 4J then? That happened a while ago, and people have been working on that for a long time, and I'm just concerned about, have we made any progress on that?
Yes, sir. I don't believe we've been requested to review that yet, but I can go back and check and get back to you for the record.
Okay, that troubles me greatly. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The extraordinary gentlelady from Ohio is now recognized. Ms. Brown, for her 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing, and thank you for all the witnesses for joining us today. Congress has provided the Technology Modernization Fund a little under $1.2 billion through the annual appropriations process and the American Rescue Plan. Now that sounds like a lot of money, but Mr. Hinchman, how much money does the federal government spend on federal IT each year? And do you think $1 billion is enough to shore up all federal government's IT modernization opportunities? And if not, why?
The federal government spends unclassified budgets approximately $100 billion every year. Of that, approximately 80% or $80 billion are spent on operating and maintaining existing systems. The current $1 billion in the appropriation, while it could make a noticeable difference in agencies' modernization efforts, is not enough, quite frankly. With 24 major government agencies, all of which have their own modernization needs, that's a small drop in the bucket compared to what would probably be required.
Thank you. During its lifetime, the Technology Modernization Fund experienced a change in its repayment structure and a large influx of funding. Mr. Washington, you have submitted multiple projects for fund consideration, and the fund has approved 4 of them. How has your experience with the Technology Modernization Fund changed as the program evolved?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. My experience with the Technology Modernization Fund has been great. OMB and GSA specifically have been great partners in the fund. They have been very informative and assisted us through the entire process. So the only change that I would submit in terms of the customer experience would be the length of time, which has an impact on scope and impacts the cost estimates. But outside of that, we've had a great experience with the Technology Modernization Fund.
Thank you very much. Clerk, I believe we have a chart. Thank you so much. By May 2020, 60 agencies submitted 130 proposals to the Technology Modernization Fund board, totaling more than $2.5 billion in requests. Despite the overwhelming demand and need for IT modernization throughout the federal government, the fund has more than $56 million yet to be awarded. Some agencies have criticized the program for being too slow to get money out the door. Ms. Young, from the board's perspective, how did loosening the repayment requirements affect your ability to fund projects? And Mr. Hinchman, after her, what reforms might help get award money to agencies more efficiently while ensuring projects retain quality controls?
Thank you for the question. I just want to kind of address the note you mentioned about the balance. So, you know, the goal of the TMF is really to maximize the impact of technology for the American public. It's not really about, you know, investing as fast as possible. It's about balancing speed with the quality of the work and the probability of success for the investment, and ultimately the impact of those investments. So I do want to share that in the past 8 months, the TMF has received and reviewed more proposals and made more investments than in the previous 3.5 years combined. So because of that unprecedented demand that you mentioned, we have really had to kind of change the way that we operate. It's a very different story to look through and carefully review 130 proposals and ensure that in the end, we're being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. But I am excited to share that we have really improved our operations, and we're actually on track to invest the remaining balance of the American Rescue Plan dollars this year, and to do so thoughtfully in, I think, what are going to be very exciting investments.
Thank you, Hinchman.
Mr. Hinchman, you can answer part 2 of Ms. Brown's question.
Absolutely. From the GAO perspective, there are a couple things that come to mind. One is our outstanding recommendation on providing explicit guidance to agencies about how to complete their cost estimates so that the proposals they submit are as strong as possible. We appreciate OMB and GSA's efforts in the past to address our outstanding recommendations, but we think that there's a little bit more that we could offer agencies so that they understand how this process works and how it navigates. And to that end, I think also that we could be a little more transparent with agencies so that they know how the process works, what's going to happen, what the timeline is going to look like, and what they can expect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired. I look forward to continuing to conduct oversight of taxpayer dollars to ensure these are spent wisely. Thanks again.
And we thank you. You're one of the most faithful members of this subcommittee. We really appreciate it, Ms. Brown. And I let the record show we've been joined by the distinguished Vice Chair of the subcommittee, Ms. Porter of California, and I see Mr. Khanna of California has also joined us. I know it's early in California, so Chair will now recognize himself for 5 minutes of questioning. Ms. Young, what's your understanding of why Congress created the TMF? Why do we need it? Spending $100 billion plus a year on IT, isn't that enough? Why do you need more?
I think just to reflect a few things that have already been said on, you know, we have this tremendous amount of investment happening annually, but it's not being successful. Over 80% is for the maintenance of existing systems, and that's not a good fit for today's world. I would say the world is changing rapidly when it comes to technology. We know the demand for great technology is not only increasing over time, but I think as people, our bar for how we expect technology to work for us is also rising steadily. So if you're able to order groceries on your phone, and yet you have to print and mail out forms to access benefits, that gulf is incredibly wide and only growing. So I think these are a lot of reasons why I think the TMF reflects this opportunity to do something different, to show what's truly possible with technology, and to demonstrate just a more effective way to modernize. One last thing I'll say is, we talk a lot about updating government technology, right? Bringing legacy systems and making them up to date. But I'll just say that coming from the private sector, we want to go past making technology just up to date. If you think of large-scale software platforms that power private sector companies, technology is not just up to date, it's updated daily. It's responsive, and it's responsive to people's changing needs.
So help us understand, I mentioned in my opening statement that while we did provide $1 billion that went from 0 to $1 billion, so we felt good about that, but it was $1 billion also compared to the $8 billion President Biden wanted for TMF out of a $9 billion IT request, special request. And you've got $2.5 billion or so in requests for projects, and you only have $1 billion to give out. So how are you prioritizing, just in general, not you don't have to give us project award criteria, but how in the world do you sort that through given that demand? And what is that demand telling you?
Just want to come back to I think the ultimate intention here is how do we maximize the impact to the American public? So we look at different ways that these investments can better serve the people. So what is the urgency of the problem? What is the direct impact that it has on, applying for benefits and serving people well? I think the other thing to share about what we would do with more, I think a lot of times we talk about recovering from issues, recovering from breaches, and what I might call, reactive remediation of problems. I think what we can do with more investment is move to a proactive model. So not just saying, hey, we have this large backlog that we need to clear. Instead, we can look ahead and say, what are the systems that are at risk of generating backlogs the next time something goes wrong, and getting ahead of that and being proactive in improving our technology and making it work better.
I would hope that given the fact we don't have all the money in the world, and we don't even have all the money we had wanted, that one of the things we look at is this additive? In other words, without this funding, you wouldn't do it because you can't, or it's just, given everything you're dealing with, you probably wouldn't get around to it. This moves it up in the timeline and then allows us to get it done, in addition to all the other criteria you mentioned. Is that a factor?
Absolutely. And actually, to give a great example, a project that's nearing completion right now, taken on by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency, they actually shared that without TMF funding, they would have been managing these decades-old mainframe systems and maybe slowly improving them year after year, but really just maintaining them. But with the TMF investment, they're able to prioritize and do a single effort to kind of get rid of those legacy systems once and for all. And I don't think that would have happened without the TMF investment.
I'm going to thank you so much, and I'm going to give Mr. Hinchman the last word, but let me just say, by way of preface, as somebody who co-wrote the bill creating TMF, I can tell you what was in our mind, all of us, Republican and Democrat, which was that you need a catalytic fund. You need something to catalyze managers to act. It's a big risk if you're trying to replace legacy systems. It's a huge financial commitment, and it's usually multi-year. And so, the average lifespan of a political manager in the federal government is 18 to 24 months, right? So when I look at that kind of short horizon, where do I put my chits? What do I want? am I really willing to, risk all of this, and by the way, it might go south, and not even live politically to see it because I'm gone? And so we felt that given the fact that, as you pointed out in your testimony, Mr. Hinchman, 80% of that $100 billion we spend every year is already spoken for just to maintain. It doesn't leave as much money as people may think to undertake a whole new replacement system and all the risks and time that entails. And so maybe you'd like to comment on that from GAO's perspective of why we created TMF, how you see it evolving, and addressing what I just said in terms of what managers in the federal government face given those legacy systems and the money is already largely spoken for.
Sure. I think my first thought would be that the budget process, the standard budget process as it currently exists, is not IT's friend. IT moves too quickly, emergent cyber needs make themselves known that need to be addressed, and you can't wait the 2+ years that you might need to otherwise. Innovative approaches like the TMF provide a way to help IT get around obstacles like that. It doesn't mean that for a major, large, massive system investment, we shouldn't go through the regular appropriations process. I think that makes sense. But when you have a small, for instance, NARA's attempt to move into electronic, this paper-driven system, this seems like a great opportunity for TMF to become available to help these agencies get this quick wins that make very significant, noticeable differences in how an agency provides its citizen services, which at the end of the day is why we're here. And I think that looking at how the TMF has moved so far, it certainly has provided those opportunities for agencies. And I think we heard it that they might not otherwise be able to approach these problems. Now, as an auditor, I'm always going to be a little cautious that we want to make sure we're directing the funds to the right places, that the agencies have come to us with as solid a business case as possible so that we know the money is being targeted the right way. And that's just kind of the auditerness. We always want to be careful. And as an auditor, GAO, we always argue for as much transparency as possible so that an outsider can know that these funds are being well spent and directed to good places, but also maybe even have an understanding of why some investments were not picked. But I think, and then also understanding, what the agency plans to do with that, as well as perhaps a better view than what's available now as to what progress they're making with those invested funds.
Thank you. No, I think that's absolutely right. In fact, frankly, we need this partnership because we need TMF to put points in the scoreboard and so that we can broaden the case for why we have to make these investments. So, and Mr. Washington, I saw you shaking your head a little while ago in agreement in terms of sort of how the rationale for TMF was applying to your agency at USDA with the 4 projects you talked about in your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The TMF is extremely important to USDA. As you know, we service foresters, ranchers, farmers, economists, statisticians, nutrition services, animal, plant health. So we desperately have an appetite for modernization. And as Mr. Higgman stated, the appropriation process is not conducive to rapidly supporting modernization efforts. And our whole focus in USDA, quite frankly, is to improve our service delivery to our customers and be a more customer-centric organization and be data-driven. And we plan on using the TMF to accomplish just that.
Thank you so much. In closing, I want to thank our panelists for their remarks. I want to commend all my colleagues for participating in this important conversation. With that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses through and to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for, hopefully, their expeditious responses. And I want to, again, thank you all for participating here today. This hearing is adjourned.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7683, the Artificial Intelligence